Hi everyone, and welcome back to Community Corner, where we talk about anything and everything about how communities move on the ground and online in this very crucial presidential elections. Good afternoon, magandang hapon. I'm Jules Giang, Rappler's head of community. So the polls have opened earlier at 6 a.m. and it will end by 7 o'clock p.m. So please make sure, if you haven't voted yet, please go ahead to your precincts and exercise your right to vote. And we enjoin everyone to please use our hashtags, join our conversations online. These hashtags are hashtag we decide, hashtag PHVote, and hashtag PHVoteWatch. So kung meron kayo nakikita ng mga hindi normal na mga scenes during this election season, you can use hashtag PHVoteWatch so we could also monitor those reports. And you may also bookmark Rappler's election coverage site. That's ph.rappler.com, and as soon as votes are transmitted tonight after 7 p.m., you will see those votes coming in real time. So once again, that is ph.rappler.com. Okay, so before we head on to our conversation for this segment of Community Corner, we will take a look at this very interesting viral tweet of one of our reporters, Rambo. So that's at Rambo Reports on Twitter, and he asked this hashtag 2022 campaign questions. And we have selected question number 15. That is 2022 campaign personality everyone should have paid attention to. So we start off with Karen with handle at Berry Mango. And her choice was journalists and reporters and their experiences. Okay, so yun yung choice ni Barry Mango. The next one is from Daisy's Doe. So the media na hindi bias who tried to cover everything they could so we can have transparency. Salamat sa inyo. Thank you so much for that. The next one is sabi ni Topher at Colmenares PH, this guy. So that's the senatorial candidate Neri. The next one is VP Lenny. I mean, may the youth emulate her, please. I hope we have more Lenny Robredo in this government. Sabi yan ni at M. Tasuki. The next one is from Hazel. Okay, ang napili niya ay journalists and historians. The next one is from handle Asthmatic Kid. All the senators, to be honest, like you'd agree to a lot of things they have in mind or like their credentials, but they are against something very important to you. And now you gotta think things through if they are against is non-negotiable to you or not. Okay, mahaba yung take niya. The next one is Claudine, the journalist who tried and did their very best to give us factual and concrete information. Thank you, Claudine. Next is from at Panghahawakan, our very own Mix Lian Buwan. Yun ang choice niya in her attempt to cover the Marcos campaign. Kudos to you again, Lian. Honestly, any journalist who tried to and how they were shunned every time. It gives us a glimpse of what kind of presidency that would bring. The next one is Josh. Sabi niya, Bardagulan, we should have taken stronger stance against disinformation. Sakto yan sa pag-uusapan natin this afternoon. And from Daphne, every journalist who covered each presidential candidate, especially our very own Mara Cepeda and Lian Buwan. Thank you so much. And lastly, from Archipea, Catriona Gray, our Miss Universe, from the YouTube vid to her speech. Grabe. Okay, so thank you so much. And thank you, Rambo, for starting this thread. Ito yung 2022 questions, no? You can head on to his handle, that's Rambo Reports, and you can still answer his several questions with the hashtag 2022 campaign questions. So now we segue to our conversation about Facts First PH, about disinformation. So this segment basically will touch on this initiative. It's a multi-sector and multi-layered initiative that aims to address disinformation this election season. So we have with us the associate editor of Press One. Press One is one of the member newsrooms of hashtag FactsFirstPH. Let's welcome their associate editor, Romel Lopez. Romel, good afternoon.
Thank you for inviting me here.
Okay, thank you so much for being here. I know you will be voting after this interview, so let's try to make this very concise. But siguro my first question is, I remember in one of our Twitter spaces during the International Fact-Checking Day, that was in May, that was in April, you mentioned that fact-checking is actually the heart of journalism. Can you expound more about this statement that you shared with us?
Wow, naalala mo pa, Jules, ha? Gulat ako. Well, kasi kailangan malaman ng ating mga viewers, no, that journalism is in the business of truth-telling. So, sa loob ng newsroom kasi, kapag ang isang reporter nagpadala ng kanyang draft na storya, may mga desk editors yung mga layers na nag-check ng trabaho ng reporter. Nandun kagad yung fact-checking Tatanungin, talaga ba na-interview mo to? Ito ba talaga ang kanyang sinabi? Or yung mga figures na binanggit niya ba ay totoo? Ma-verify ba yan? Meaning, verifiable yung mga facts. Meron bang mga records to back it up? Hindi pwedeng sabihin ng isang tao na in-interview mo, na sinabi niya, ay may nakita ako namili ng boto. Tapos walang ipapakitang resibo, so to speak. Diba? Kailangan may picture. Kailangan may ebidensya. Parang umabot tayo sa punto kasi na dahil presidente daw siya, at kahit isulat niya sa isang kapirasong katulina yung kanya mga accusation sa isang tao na drug lord daw, paniwalaan na raw natin. Hindi pwede yun, di ba? Lahat tayo may obligasyon na kung ano man sinasabi natin, dapat backed up by evidence. So, sa journalism, kapag challenge mo yung mga politiko sa mga kanilang sinasabi to back up their claims na kung totoo ba yan o hindi, at pag sila ay parang ayaw pa interview, umiiwas, ganyan, alam mo na yung kanilang mga sinasabi cannot stand up to scrutiny. Kaya yan ang heart ng journalism. Iba ang pagtatanong ng isang journalist. Iba ang trabaho ng isang journalist kumpara sa isang vlogger lang. Okay? Or isang blogger. Vlog, V, or blogger as in B. Boy. Kasi nga, may konteksto at pinapalalim natin yung diskurso pagdating sa isang topic or sa isang event. So, ang fact-checking is in the heart of journalism. Kaya nga nung nag-training kami sa fact-checking, para nakakatawa na, teka, kailangan natin malaman uli ang fact-checking. Iba ho kasi rin ang discipline ng fact-checking. Hindi siya time-bound. At iba yung format din ng kanyang pagsulat. Hindi kapareha ng news writing. So, kailangan malaman nating mga nanonood ngayon why fact-checking is very, very important dahil we are in a post-truth era at nakita natin that fiction now is more consumed by most people than actual facts and actual reality.
Correct. Thanks, Romel. Actually, no, before this interview, I think you also heard, no, that I was reading the series of tweets from Rambo, yung mga quoted tweets, and some of the netizens are actually they appreciate the work of journalists kasi nga kakaiba yung way of asking questions among others. But you mentioned, Romel, that journalism is in the business of truth-telling. But for the past 6 years, it's been a very challenging 6 years. You know that, Romel? Sobrang exhausting. Kasi, parang may alternative facts na pumapasok among others. And then recently, in one of the meeting the advances of one of the front runner actually, nabanggit ng isang host doon na shout out to the vloggers, ang totoong tagapagbalita. So that was a statement, no? And of course, we're not generalizing all vloggers out there kasi meron din namang mga truth tellers dyan, to be fair, no? But ito yung statement na lumalabas. So obviously, it's a statement to discredit journalists, 'di ba? Who are doing the hard work on the ground for the quest for truth. So what's your take on this one? Talagang yun yung siniseed na statement na sa mindset ng mga kababayan natin.
If yung mga tao natin would like to learn from the past, makikita nila yung trend na yan has been used by fascists and dictators. Go to Nazi Germany. Bakit napaniwala ng Nazi Party na ang mga Jews ay kailangan ma-exterminate? Because of propaganda. They control the narrative Kaya kapag sinabi kaya yung sinabi ng host doon sa isang rally na sila ang mga vloggers na kakampi lang daw nila, yung totoong tagapagbalita, alam mo na isang point of view lang ang gusto nilang pinakikinggan. Isang point of view lang, ng narrative ang para sa kanila ang totoo. Kasi para malaman mo kung ano yung totoo, tayo naman lahat nag-online shopping Parati ko sinasabi to sa mga fact-checking webinars or mga journalism class ko. Pumupunta ka sa isang online shop. mamimili ka ng produkto mo, maniniwala ka na lang ba dun sa description na ibinigay ng seller? Di ba kailangan nung makinig sa review ng mga bumili? Titignan mo yung kanilang actual experience. In the same way, kapag ikaw ba ay nakinig sa politiko, maniniwala ka lang sa sinabi niya nang hindi mo tinatanong kung pinapalalim yung kanyang mga sinabi. Parang hindi ko maalala kung sinong politiko yun. Nagsabi rin niya na parang si Senator Kiko ata nagsabi na yung pag kami nanliligaw sa'yo, hindi mo ba tatanungin at maniniwala ka lang sa sinabi ng manliligaw? Diba? Sa nangyayari ngayon, if we go back in history, may pattern yan propaganda yung nangyayari na kapag isang point of view lang ang naririnig at kapag ang isang journalist or reporter ay hindi na umaaktong journalist or reporter, nagiging PR man na, nagiging propagandista na, okay? Sumusobra na ang puri, hindi naman masamang purihin ang isang gobyerno. Dapat ang pinupuri, di ba, nakikita natin, tama nga, maganda yung naging proyekto. Kagaya nung nangyari sa inyo sa Rappler, di ba, yung contribution ng isang photographer sa
actually,
bagong bukas na tulay.
Yes. Anong take mo doon, Romel? Kasi doon lumabas yung narrative na media is not PR, di ba? We're not here to be your cheerleaders, basically. Na yung ibang mga photos na nagtitrend, yung mga magagandang angles nung bagong tulay sa Cebu, but there's this other photo coming from another angle and it's being attacked na parang yun lang daw yung nakikita. What's your take on that? Lalo na doon sa reaction ng iba't ibang audience natin.
Yung mga nagagalit doon, tatanungin ko sila, pag pumunta ba ako ng Cebu, pumunta kami ng Cebu, hindi namin makikita yung slum area na yun? Yun na lang ang tanong doon Kasi kung wala yun doon, magalit kayo kasi inedit yun. It's not true. So kung nakuha na ng picture at katabi siya ng tulay, makikita nyo na totoo. So anong masama doon? Diba? Ipinakita lang natin na ito nakapaligid sa tulay na yun. So anong masama? Unless gusto nyo lang ipalabas kung ano yung maganda. Gusto nyo lang ipakita na hindi ito yung sitwasyon. Parang ano yan pag kinunan mo ng yung nakita naman natin yung mga rally na zoom in nila yung mga kuha ng mga drone shots, hindi pinapakita yung drone shots sa buong field. Kasi makikita yung mga butas, makikita yung area na walang tao.
Angle
so,
din.
Inaangguluhan So, ang business ng journalism ay ipakita kung ano nandoon, kung ano nakikita. Kasi mas kami, or yung photographer na yon, ang photojournalist na yon, ang sisingilin ng publiko at sabihin, nandyan yan bakit hindi mo nakunan? Bakit? Pinagaganda mo ba ang itsura? Pinagaganda mo ba yung sitwasyon na hindi naman yun ang katotohanan? Parang nasa China. Ito lang, hindi tayo malalayo masyado. Sa China, di ba, ang example doon wala raw nangyayaring mga paglabag sa karapatang pantao, pero mga independent journalists are able to verify it. And then sasabihin natin, wala ba nangyayaring summary executions dito sa Pilipinas? Ay maraming mga witnesses ang lumalabas dito sa war on drugs. Parehong narrative yun Hindi mo pwedeng itago yung obvious. Kasi makikita rin yan ng ibang tao. At itong sinasabi ko parati, Jules, din sa mga estudyante ko sa journalism. At yung mga nagtatanong who checks fact checkers daw.
Correct.
Sabi ko, di ang publiko, kasi ang reputasyon ng mga journalists, ang reputasyon ng mga fact checkers ang nakasalalay sa bawat trabaho nila. At yun ang hindi maiintindihan nitong mga trolls. Kasi wala naman silang pinaglalaban ng mga reputasyon.
Okay.
Kaya pag naglabas tayo ng ating produkto, naglabas tayo ng balita, naglabas tayo ng litrato natin, ang reputasyon natin bilang truth tellers ang nakasalalay.
Okay. Romel, since pinag-usapan mo na yan who fact checks the fact checkers, yan yung isa sa mga usual questions. Meron pa nga isang billboard sa may C5 area ata yun na merong isang malaking billboard doon na they fact check the fact checkers, something like that. So basically for the past months, parang in my assessment, kumbaga parang fact checking as a practice or as part of journalism basically is being demonized. And from the state even, 'di ba? May mga comments from some of the public officials, the appointed ones, of course, against fact checking. So, what's the impact of this kinds of attacks, especially if it's coming from state officials?
Makikita mo na bakit sila aatake, ba't sila magagalit kung hindi naman sila naapektuhan. 'Di ba? Kung ang fact checks natin may mali, ipakita nila kung mali. Pero kung sasabihin lang nila na ang fact checkers ay may kinikilingan, di patunayan nila, di ba? Unfortunately kasi, lalo na yung mga red taggers, ang mga dakilang marites wala naman sila napoproduce ng mga ebidensya, kaya titirahin na lang kagad ng mga tao ng kung ano ng mga accusation. So, ang sabi ko parati, kung may mali sa fact check, very transparent ang mga fact checkers. Tignan sa website, nakikita doon yung policies natin on fact checking. Paano natin nire-rate? And then pag nagkamali, nakikita rin natin may proseso. Iyan ang wala ang mga trolls. Okay? So, actually, ang liit-liit ng press one tapos na DDoS attack kami, na cyber attack kami. Mas nakilala pa kami lalo dahil sa ginawa nila. At maraming mga tumulong sa atin, kasama na dyan ang Rappler, ang Google, tumulong na rin para mabigyan ng extra protection ang press one. Ang Internews din tumulong din sa amin para mabigyan ng ng dagdag protection yung aming website and even our own personal accounts dahil nga sa ginawa nitong mga cyber attacks sa amin. So may laman mo lang kasi kung 'di ba kung sino yung naapektuhan sa ginagawa ng isa, ibig sabihin kayo yung nagbe-benefit doon sa nilalabanan ng mga fact checkers. So masyadong masyadong obvious.
So Robert, you're saying basically na yung itong mga fact checkers natin, meron kasing sense of accountability na okay, if ever magkaroon ng mistakes, merong way, may feedback mechanism, may policies tayo na we're following when we're talking about fact-checking as compared to others na propaganda nga yung ginagawa. Okay, so very quickly siguro to our audience who aren't really privy pa or really knowledgeable with the specifics of fact-checking, ano ba usually yung process ng ang mga journalists natin or ng mga fact-checkers natin when they do fact-checks?
Usually when we do fact-checks, either we monitor what's happening online or we receive the tips from our tip lines. Ang Rappler may ibinigay na tulong na tip line for members ng Facts First PH Coalition. Meron din yan sa check.ph sa coalition ng mga fact checkers. So once we get the tips, we look at the story and see if it's inimbento nating term na rin Jules, mga fact checkers, if it's fact checkable. Ibig sabihin, is it possible to look for pieces of evidence that can either prove or disprove yung mga claims ng isang post. For example, yung isang post namin na about viral to Actually, nire-recycle itong post na to na ninakaw daw ni Chris Aquino yung necklace ni dating unang ginang Imelda Marcos at sinuot niya sa APEC conference. By that pa lang even hindi tayo nagre-research ng evidence, alam natin na imposible yon kasi those are sequestered items at nakatago yan sa vault ng Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas na hindi basta-basta mabubuksan at hindi basta-basta makukuha. So, imposible yun. So, tsaka unang tingin pa lang doon sa picture ng kwintas na suot ni Imelda sa isang picture at suot ni Chris Aquino sa isang picture, magkaiba na kagad yung itsura. So, sa unang tingin pa lang, fact-checkable na yon. So, we proceed with the fact checks. We research every information that we could get online. If it's possible also to contact yung mga offices to get yung physical document to prove it up or even interview mga government officials to give their official statement or issue an official statement debunking yung mga claims ng mga nakikita sa social media. We'll also do that. At ang hindi po nalalaman ng mga viewers and listeners natin is yung mga articles and drafts ng fact checkers will always go through at least 2 layers of editing.
Okay.
Dalawang editors po tumitingin dyan just to make sure it follows the approved style and also that the evidences, pieces of evidences provided dun sa story na yun will stand scrutiny na talagang natama yung ebidensya at na tamang na-debunk yung story na yun before siya ma-publish. So, may kita mo, Jules, na hindi lang local newsroom standard na pinag-usapan dito kasi mga fact-checkers follow the fact-checking standard of the International Fact-Checking Network. So, stricto pagdating sa proseso ng pag-fact-checking.
Okay, yan. So, may international standards na sinusunod. Hindi lang siya pinauso ng kung sino mang grupo dito sa Pilipinas. It's kumbaga, universal standard yung ginagawa natin dito. In-apply lang natin dito sa Pilipinas. But siguro, Romel, let's go back to Press One's experience. So, we launched Facts First PH way back last week of January. And then, tad na, we have more than 800 fact checks already since we launched. So far, in the pieces of fact checks that Press One produced, ano dito yung, if you'll try to remember, Romel, yung pinaka-viral siguro? And why do you think it went viral?
Ang naalala ko yung aking na-fact check na story, yung claim ni Ormoc City Mayor Richard Gomez na si Bongbong Marcos lang daw yung tanging politician at presidentiable na bumisita sa kanila sa Ormoc City para tumulong. So, nagawa namin yung fact check. Nag-viral. Kasi sumagot din siya, dinidispute niya, at nagkamali pa siya ng attribution. Sabi niya, mali daw ang fact check ng Rappler. Pero in fact, it was Rappler who just shared yung gawa ng Press One. Pero as of late, nakita namin mas may nag-viral pa kasi I'm monitoring din yung effect ng aming mga fact checks. At dito sa list na nakita ko, it was a fact check na luman-luma na, nire-recycle parate, na dapat daw na kulong si dating Pangulong Nonoy Aquino, si dating DILG Secretary Marojas, at si VP Leni. Kasi sila raw ay nagnakaw ng mga pondo sa Yolanda relief efforts. So yun yung pinaka-nag-viral namin kasi sa reach niya lang almost half a million at yung engagement niya is nasa almost 70,000 engagement na yan. Yung fact check na yan. So makita, even sa comments, no, Jules, if I may add,
Go ahead.
makita maraming naliliwanagan, maraming nagpapasalamat na at last yung kanilang information literacy ay tumaas kasi pag may nakita sila, ang una kagad nila sabihin ay, teka, na-fact check ba ito ng mga fact checkers? So hinahanap nila yung fact check natin. At nakikita mo rin sa mga tip lines
Yes.
Nagpapadala sila ng mga nababasa na sabihin na pwede ba paki-fact check? Actually, na-overwhelm na rin kami sa dami ng mga pumapasok na mga tips sa aming tip line.
Okay, Romel, let's try to contextualize everything. No, this discussion today, election day, di ba? The anxiety is super high. We see that in the comments and posts of our networks online. No, but how can we measure the impact of fact checking in this election day, in this election season? From your experience, siguro comparing to previous elections, how can you compare, especially now? Parang we have fact-checking right now. So what's the difference as compared to other elections that you experienced?
Noong 2019 kasi merong check, nandun yung check PH di ba, coalition. Pero I think it's not that yung pag-fact check na yun, hindi mas malaki yung network at hindi rin mas mahaba yung naging trabaho ng mga fact checkers compared ngayon. And I think from my own personal experience now, I cannot say I actually measured it by using an actual research. I think we could do that after the election and tignan natin kung yung mga fact checks ba talaga also help them decide kung sino kanilang iboboto. Pero sa own personal experience, I have a student who was an avid supporter of President Duterte, who became a rabid supporter of Bongbong Marcos. And then later on, he admitted to me na because of the fact checks, because of what I taught them about becoming more media and information literate sa pag-consume nila ng information online, he personally messaged me and thanked me na nakatulong yung mga sinabi ko and even the fact checks at naliwanagan siya sa mga issue ng bayan. At dati kasi galit na galit siya kay VP Leni and he told me that he is switching at naging avid campaigner pa ni VP Leni Robredo. I just like to clarify na yung fact checks is not done to benefit one politician. Ang sabi ko lang doon sa aking estudyante is before you praise or even criticize a politician or a person, we have to do a lot of fact checks and see the background kung totoo ba ito yung nakikita natin or baka mamaya we're just being driven by our emotions. Which is also yung motivating factor or the driving force behind social media algorithms. Kaya yun ang pinifeed sa ating timeline. So we have to drive yung algorithm natin with facts, not with feelings.
Correct. So, kaya yung messaging natin, Romel, di ba? Let facts win today on May 9, 2022. That's why we're trying to really produce so many fact checks kasi tad-tad talaga ang social media ng iba't ibang disinformation. But now, we only have a few hours left before our polls will close and you will be voting in a few. So let me wrap up this interview already. What is your message to the Filipino people who are watching right now, who are yet to vote, who have voted already, especially as we try to continue this fact-checking initiative?
I remember when I was still in PR, maniwala ho ba kayo, I started in PR before I went back to journalism. When I was a young PR officer, I heard this political strategist say in a PR congress the first day of the campaign is the day after the election.
Correct.
If that were the strategy, meaning disinformation starts a day after the election. And when there is disinformation, fact checkers will be there. Kasi our choices are always influenced by the information we consume online or offline. Kahit printed material pa yan, kahit sa dyaryo or sa radyo or sa legacy media. Therefore, we need to be very discriminating sa ating mga kinukonsume na information. We have to be on the lookout for people who spread this terrible disease, this virus that is infecting us. I keep on telling my students, there's a much worse pandemic, and this is the infodemic that we're experiencing right now, because people are using this information, lies, to benefit them and to destroy all of us. So sa election po na ito, meron pa tayong ilang oras. Please po, yung inyong decision ay dapat guided by the right information, not by lies, not by fantasies, not by historical distortionism, but by facts and by the truth. And you can find all of them through reliable sources, through established and ethical journalists and reputable news organizations.
Okay, last na, Romel, no? For our viewers, how can they submit claims if ever they encounter claims? Kasi as you mentioned, no, there's this thing about algorithm. Iba yung nakikita ko sa feed ko, your feed, iba-iba yan. Depende sa mga interest, sa mga nilike, sa mga sinalihan yung mga groups. So how can we send claims if ever we encounter this info on our feeds?
You can send your tips by either archiving yung link ng particular post. Kailangan mo yung link kasi makita rin namin mga fact checkers. Wag yung screenshot lang kasi para makita namin yung buong context ng kanyang share at makita rin namin kung gaano karami na yung mga nag-share nung kanyang post. You could use the hashtag FactsFirstPH or hashtag checkph, or you could also send it directly to us sa press1.ph by sending a direct message sa aming social media accounts, Facebook and Twitter. And you could also do the same sa Rappler, sa kanilang tip line sa kanilang mga social media accounts. We read a lot of them and we sift through a lot of them. So wag din po panghinaan ng loob. Minsan kasi may mga fact checks kami na natatanggap na fact check na pala. So titignan din po namin yon and we try to answer each one of them. Kukunti lang po kami. Ang dami-dami po. Mas mabilis po kasing gumawa ng kasinungalingan kasi nga walang research na kailangan gawin. Basta masiraan lang yung isang politiko. So, yun po ang advice ko lang po sa inyo. Follow and like all our social media accounts, mga reputable news organizations. And itag niyo po kami sa inyong mga fact checks para sa mga tips po ninyo para yun po ay aming mga fact check. At hindi na po makapagpakalat ng mga masamang informasyon online.
Totoo yung sinabi mo, Romel, no? Lies spread faster than facts. Kaya kailangan mas collective pa yung efforts natin from the newsrooms. That's why we created Facts First. Diba? Not only newsrooms. We also have CSOs, mga NGOs. We have research academic institutions and even legal groups working simultaneously para banggain yung disinformation. Romel, thank you so much for your time. And please, go to the precinct now and vote. Thank you so much. Romel Lopez is the Associate Editor of Press One. Maraming salamat, Romel. Okay, so please continue the conversation online using our official hashtags, hashtag WeDecide, hashtag PHVote, and hashtag PHVoteWatch. And please also bookmark our Rappler's election coverage site, that is ph.rappler.com. Thank you so much. I'm Jules Giang. We'll turn you to Sofia Toma Cruz. Community Corner will be back later.
It's 3 p.m. May 9, 2022, Election Day. 65.7 million voters are expected to vote by 7 p.m. tonight when polls close. This is Rappler's special coverage of the 2022 national elections. Hashtag We Decide, atin ang Pilipinas.
Tutuloy natin ang laban. Magandang simula ito. Number 2 sa balota.
Pilipinas! God first!
Good afternoon. I'm Sophia Tomacruz. With me is Rappler columnist and anchor John Neri. Later, we will be joined by co-founder of public health research firm Epimetrics, Dr. John Wong. Our reporters covering the presidential candidates on the campaign trail will also be joining us. On the line right now is Stephen Esic, live from Pagadian City, Zamboanga Del Sur, who will be giving us the local situation there. Stephen, can you tell us what's happening?
Hi, Sophia. So we just came back from the polling precincts. Here right now at my home, and we can definitely say, as a mover who covered the 2019 elections, that there's more people right now flocking the precincts. And comparing this, it seems that we're much on more in the many year side of the voters turnout compared to pre-pandemic levels. So this is supported by, according to COMELEC's latest numbers on the number of registered voters, as Zamboanga del Sur and the Zamboanga City join other vote-rich provinces with over more than 1 million votes to be sought after here by candidates both in the local and the national. So comparing with the previous elections, youth and millennial sentiments here are really actually hard to miss online. And the online noise, many millennials are speaking out, youth are showing their support to their preferred candidates, and this noise, this polarity translates on the ground as we can see that warm bodies are flocking the precincts right now. So we have visitors here from the national candidates, the presidential candidates actually visited here in Pagadian City. One of the visitors are Vice President Lenny Robredo, Manila City Mayor Isko Moreno, Senator Manny Pacquiao, and Davao City Mayor Sara Duterte. And the turnout has been promising, and we can say that there's been more or less more than 1,000 supporters that's been going to their rallies. And telling you this is a city who just reached 220,000 in the latest census. So we're not that big of a city, but the sentiments and the support on the ground is really aligned with the noise, the polarity that's been happening online. So this is also affirmed in the polls. As I visited here in the local polling scenes this morning to check on the coverage, we can see that lines actually extend outside the gates of the polling precincts, such as in Santo Niño Elementary School, where voters have to line up and it leads to the road. Moving on to Balangasan Central Elementary School, there are extremely long queues, and with the long wait, I asked posters, and they told me that they've been in lining up since an hour before polls open, and they see that they've been waiting for around 4 hours. So that's quite a long time to wait for you to cast your ballots. So yeah, this is affirmed right now in the polls, the pre-election enthusiasm and the polarity. And when we ask millennials and youth voters on their sentiments, why they are flocking the precincts and casting their vote, they say that they recognize this as their right and privilege, and they're betting on their future. And lastly, they also emphasized here that it's their role in nation building. So locally here in Pagadian City, we can see that there are three prevailing family names in the ballots. The Yu clan, who are composed of re-electionists, gubernatorial and congressional posts, now have their daughter, Victoria Yu, running as second district representative. The Ko clan, on the other hand, are re-electionist Pagadian City mayoral and councilor, now also have the wife, Ilang Ilang Ko, to vie for the vice president, gubernatorial post. And lastly, the Serial Yeses are trying to make a comeback after losing all major seats in 2019 elections. They are gunning again for the top provincial positions, such as the gubernatorial, vice gubernatorial, and district representative seats. So, what are our observations from the ground? We can see that in the polling precincts, it's really evident that it's an ocean of two colors with posters wearing uniform red and orange shirts. So the red color is actually attributed to you, and the orange color to Ko. These are the colors they prominently use in their campaigns. So these all three big names, they have one common ground, and they all endorse the unity, which is the Bongbong Marcos and the Sara Duterte tandem. But let's give a flashback to that though. Last 2016 elections, Vice President Leni Robredo actually lost her vice presidential race here in the province of Zamboanga del Sur. But if you look closely at the capital in Pagadian City, Vice President Leni Robredo actually won with 30,000 votes against Marcos Jr.'s 21,000. So, based on what we've reported earlier in the polling precincts here in Pagadian City, we can say that there's not much VCMs breaking down that's interrupting delays, but more on paper jams. And this is according to the local technical support staff from DESO. They say that the ballots that are being used right now is slightly different in size than the ballots they used in testing. So that's all for Pagadian. Stay tuned as we cover more developments on the ground. This is Stephen, Rappler, Pagadian.
Okay, thank you so much, Stephen. Definitely feeling the heat there in Zamboanga del Norte. Now we will talk to Dr. John Wong, who is one of the senior consultants in public health research firm Epimetrics. Of course, there is still a pandemic. COVID-19 hasn't gone away. Dr. Wong, to start things off, I want to ask you about, explain to us and describe to us what the next president will be inheriting in terms of the state of the pandemic. Of course, this is going to be one of the biggest challenges that any incoming administration will have to face.
Thank you, Sophie. Um, the pandemic has not ended, as you said. We're fortunate that we're holding the elections at a time when community transmission is very low. However, uh, we're not. We're just in between surges. No, our vaccination rate is around 60%. No, so at the polling places, you would expect maybe for about 40%, no, depending on your area. 40% of the people are unvaccinated. No? Um, Aside from vaccination, we also have inadequate hospitals. No? So we saw that during the pandemic, uh, the hospitals could not deal with the onslaught of COVID patients, and at the same time dealing with patients who had the usual diseases, no, stroke or heart attacks. No, as a result of which, um, aside from people who died from COVID, no, a lot of people also died from heart attacks and strokes. No, these were the excess mortality. No, that's where um, reported by the PSA. No? So weak health system, demoralized health workers, no, uh, inadequate vaccination, and also a public health system, no, that need to be rebuilt from scratch. No? But I think underlying all of this, no, is the inequity, no, in the health system, no, where uh, richer regions, no, are given uh, more of vaccine doses and are vaccinated to a higher level, no, compared to weaker or poorer regions. So, for example, NCR is 3 times more vaccinated, no, than BARM. No?
Right.
So these are the things that the next administration needs to address.
Right. I mean, yeah, you mentioned so many things, no? But really, the inequity, I think, is one thing that's pretty all-encompassing, whether that be weaker health systems in the provinces, inequitable vaccine distribution as well. I want to ask you, if there were three things that the next president would need to prioritize, or the next administration would need to prioritize in their pandemic response, and maybe not even just pandemic response, no, but really tackling that issue you mentioned, what would they be?
Uh, okay, so 3 things. Now, first is uh, in order to end the pandemic, no, we need higher level of vaccinations. No? Um, right now, uh, we still have 85% people who want to be vaccinated, but only 60% who are actually vaccinated. No? So there are about 25% of people who want the vaccine, no, pero haven't gotten it. No? S- Second, uh, we need to address in lack of testing and treatment. No? For most of the pandemic, no, our testing capacity is actually lagged. No, we're fortunate now. No, this is the first time during the pandemic when we have adequate testing capacity, and it's because we only have a few cases. No, but as I said, no, we're just in between surges. No, so we need to maintain or even increase that testing capacity, but also link that to treatment. No? Unlike early in the pandemic, we do have medicines now that can prevent hospitalization. No? So if the elderly test positive, no, they have to be given these medicines right away. No? And the third thing is addressing yung uh, surveillance capacities, no? Uh, well, not just in the Philippines, no, but we've seen that in many countries, no, the number of cases we've identified, no, the cases we identify every day, no, it's just a fraction of the number of people infected. No? So, for example, in Africa, no, has had one of the lowest incidence of COVID, no, in the world. No? But when they did a recent seroprevalence study, they found that actually 90%, no, of Africans had already been infected with COVID. No? So it's probably similar to what we have now. No? Na we'll only be identifying a fraction of people who have been infected with COVID.
Right. So, I mean, yes, still a lot to cover. And, right, like you mentioned, just because the pandemic is in a, potentially good moment doesn't mean it'll stay that way forever. But I think John also has some questions.
Dr. Wong, John Air here. I was struck by what you said. We're just in between surges. What is the possibility that the May 9 elections will cause a series of super spreader events? Or maybe if I can rephrase that, do you think that the COMELEC has put in place enough safeguards to prevent super spreader events?
There are 3 or 4 factors that we have to look at, no, if you want to quantify the risk, no, of a super spreader event. No? First is the variants. No? So we know that there are new subvariants of Omicron coming. No? BA.12.1, no? BA.4 and 5. No? Fortunately, well, we're not sure. No, we haven't identified them in the Philippines, but it could also be because we're not sampling sufficiently insufficient numbers. No. Second is immunity. No, we have immunity from vaccinations, but we have also immunity from infection. No? So we don't have enough from vaccination, and we don't know how much infection-induced immunity we have. No? The third is the behavior of people. No, I've seen in your coverage, no, that most of the people who go to the election to the precincts, no, are wearing masks, naman. No, so that's good. No? And a fourth factor is ventilation. No? Since most precincts are in classrooms or gyms, no, I think the ventilation is quite good. No? So I think for this election, we have a couple of factors working for us. No, masking is very high, ventilation is good. No, we don't have the variants that are overtaking the Western countries now. No, but the factor that's working against us is we still have a very low rate of vaccination. No?
Right.
Thank you. I've noticed that some of the safeguards, in fact, it's very difficult to follow them. So, for instance, the physical distancing, it's very difficult, especially in the some of the more dense polling centers. But I've also noticed that within the classrooms themselves, or the areas where they actually vote, the BEIs are really limiting the number of people at any one time. I think there's only a limited number of seats, 10 or 12, something like that. So I think that's the reason. That's also partly the reason why the lines are so long. People come in and then they wait for a long time in line because the BEIs are controlling the number of people who enter the classroom. So in that sense, it's like you pointed out the masking. Yes, I think we can all agree on that. The physical distancing, not so much. Unfortunately, I think the ventilation, it also depends on the luck of the voter, I would think, right? I mean, it depends on where they are. But I think within the classroom or the actual polling, the precinct, COMELEC has been doing a commendable job.
I have this 3 out of 4 rule, no, to see whether a certain setting is safe. No? Vaccination, ventilation, masking, and distancing. No? You need at least 3 of them, no, to make sure that your risk is low enough. No?
All right.
So in a certain precinct, for example, maybe only 60% are vaccinated. No? Hopefully, you have good ventilation. No? So you have to mask, no, if you cannot distance. No? So you should have at least 3 out of the 4, no, to keep yourself safe.
Thank you.
Dr. Wong, I also want to talk to you a little bit about, I think something we learned during the pandemic is the element of trust that's needed to have an effective pandemic response. This whole election exercise will determine, of course, who the next leader is and how much trust people have in that person. Can you talk to us a little bit more about how trust actually affected how some countries fared during the pandemic, and why it's so crucial to have that, especially in a leader in the government?
Yeah. So there was this global study, no, done by the IHME, no, based in the University of Washington. So they looked at about 190 countries, looking at infections, deaths, hospitalizations, to see which of the different interventions countries have done, no, that resulted in decrease in infections or deaths, no, or hospitalizations. So they looked at testing, contact tracing, lockdowns, no, vaccinations, no. And surprisingly, none of the factors that they expected to to have been crucial, no, in reducing infections and deaths, no, turned out to be significant factors. No, the only factor they found that was associated with reduced infections and hospitalizations was social capital. No? Social capital, we know it as trust. No? So this is bonding. There's bonding social capital. No? Our trust in each other. No? Our trust in other groups, and then our trust of government. No? So they found that they were able to see that if all countries had the social capital, no, that they had in Denmark, no, which scored highest on social capital, there would be about 13% less infections and about 40% no, less hospitalizations. No? So it's really important, no, kasi if a citizen doesn't trust government, no, then they will not listen to any of the information that comes from government, no, whether this is the importance of vaccination or the importance of masking. No? If citizens don't trust each other, no, they also won't believe that other people are also, for example, staying at home or wearing their masks. So they themselves won't comply. No? So, and we know that a lot of this personal behavior, no, is needed to prevent infections. No? So more than anything, no, that we've done in this pandemic, no, it's trust, no, social capital, no, which is most important.
John?
Dr. Wong, not to put you on the spot, but I think that the medical community has by and large come out in support of one presidential candidate. I think that the medical community by and large thinks that the pandemic response will be more comprehensive and effective under a Robredo presidency. You mentioned earlier as one of the conditions right now the low morale of members of the medical public health community. Can I ask you to anticipate what the election of someone like Ferdinand Marcos Jr., for instance, might have on that already low state of morale?
So it will depend on whether the new president, no, if it is to be Marcos, no, how he will respond, no, to the pandemic, no, but whether he will pass policies, no, or actions, no, that will increase the trust of the health workers. No, the health workers are really crucial, no, in the health system, no, especially with the UHC. No? So, for example, the failure of PhilHealth to pay a lot of hospitals, no, and doctors, no, what is due them, no, is also creates mistrust, no, between government, no, and health workers, no, and the ability of government to ensure that hospitals to have sufficient supplies, no, to manage not just regular cases but also a surging cases, no, because of COVID. No, these are the things that may increase or decrease the trust of doctors, no, in the new government. No? So the next president, no, will have to do or perform trust building activities, no, in order to get the health system, no, behind him or her.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I just want to zoom out a little bit, big picture now, because the pandemic really also supercharged this election. And you know, like what John said, the health sector isn't necessarily a very political sector. They don't speak. It's a pretty quiet working force. But we saw throughout, you know, the past 2 years in particular that they were very vocal. Of course, on your thoughts about the pandemic response, and also especially in this election. Can you talk to us about the stakes this election has, of course, not just on the pandemic response, but really how health professionals in the health sector is feeling about this election? Does it also feel existential for you, health workers?
Yeah, there was a, I think, early 19th century doctor, no, Dr. Rudolf Virchow. He's actually a pathologist. He said that politics is just health writ large. No? So everything that politics is concerned about, no, has an effect on health, no? And vice versa. No? So one of the things that doctors have seen now is that they cannot just be satisfied treating patients. No? They have to involve themselves in working with government, no? Whether with or against government. No? So, for example, the UAC law, I think passed 2018 or 2019, no, has not been fully implemented yet, no, because the pandemic intervened. No? So the UAC law needs to be fully implemented, and the way to implement that is through primary health care. No? So this will require every Filipino, no, to have a primary care provider. It will require multi-sectoral collaboration, but it will also require empowering communities, no, and people, so that they're part of the design of health services. They're part of taking care of themselves, but they're also advocates. No, so for example, we saw the community pantries, no, arise as a solution by community, no, to a need that government was not successful in addressing. No? So we need more of these environments, no, where we can release the innovativeness, no, of people, of patients and communities.
Right. Dr. Wong, of course, we want to talk to you about more things related to the pandemic, and of course, health is a very urgent issue during this election. So we'll keep you on the line, but just before that, we'll turn over for a second to our community corner with Jules Giang. And before that, let's also take a look at our election microsite.
Ikaw ang bida. Sa darating na eleksyon, sa iyong boto nakasalalay ang iyong kalusugan, kabuhayan at kinabukasan. Maging handa. Kilatisin ang mga kandidato. Suriin ang kanilang track record. Timbangin ang kanilang mga pangako at paninindigan. Sa libo-libong posisyon na ihahalal ngayong eleksyon, atin ang desisyon, atin ang bukas.
Aton.
Katuya.
Ako.
Gawat tayo'y.
Bagi tayo.
Roktano.
Aton.
Di aton.
Atin ang Pilipinas.
And welcome back to Community Corner, where we talk about anything and everything about and how the community moves on the ground, especially in this very crucial presidential elections. Good afternoon, everyone. Magandang hapon. I'm Julski, ang Rappler's Head of Community. So far, we only have less than 4 hours before the precincts close at exactly 7 o'clock p.m. Wala pa pong any information if this will be extended. Kasi as the information from COMELEC before, they extended already to 7 p.m. to accommodate everyone. So please, if you haven't voted yet, please go out and vote now. Exercise your right to vote. We also enjoin everyone, of course, to please join our online conversation. Use our official hashtags, hashtag PHVote, hashtag WeDecide, and hashtag PHVoteWatch. Use hashtag PHVoteWatch if you see any unusual events in your precincts, and we'll try to monitor it and also talk about it here in our marathon coverage. In the meantime, we're also encouraging everyone to bookmark Rappler's election coverage site. That's ph.rappler.com. As soon as votes are transmitted after 7 p.m. tonight, you can see those votes coming in real time in this interactive site. For now, let us look at some figures regarding this presidential elections. We have 65.7 million registered voters for these elections, plus 1.7 million from overseas. If you compare it to the 2019 elections, the voter turnout was at 75.90% out of the 61.843 million registered voters. That was relatively big for that time. So we'll see if tumaas ba ang voters turnout for this presidential elections. Ilan ba yung mga national posts? There are 77. That includes 1 president, 1 vice president, 12 senators, and 63 party list representatives. We have 18,100 elective seats in the 2022 national and local polls. Once again, you have less than 4 hours remaining before the precincts close at exactly 7 p.m. Anyway, we go back here in Community Corner where we talk about the efforts of our community partners. So for this segment, we will focus again on hashtag FactsFirstPH, a multi-sector and multi-layered initiative that aims to address disinformation in this election season. And what's interesting with FactsFirstPH is we also tapped artists to join the movement to amplify the facts. Okay, that's why here with us now is the very famous in the online world, Tarantadong Kalbo, or Kevin Raimundo. Kevin, good afternoon to you. Magandang hapon. Kamusta? Have you voted?
Yep.
How was your experience so far?
Medyo mahaba yung pila.
Okay. Pero mahaba yung pila, pero kamusta naman yung mga kasabayan mo sa pila?
Okay naman. Wala namang nangyaring aberya like sa ibang precincts.
Okay, ayan. Good to hear. Okay, so TK. TK din kasi tawag natin kay Tarantadong Kalbo kasi medyo mahaba or Kevin. Okay, so para sa kalaman ng lahat, si TK ang nagpasimula ng tumindig movement online. If you remember, yung artwork na yun na may fist, na may mukha, di ba? Yun yung tumindig movement. So, TK, please bring us back to that moment when you conceptualized that artwork. Basically, what inspired you during that moment?
Okay, this was last year, no? I think June of 2021. Ginawa ko lang yung artwork na yun. Nag-vent out lang ako ng frustration actually. It wasn't a call to action.
Okay.
So after nun, nung pinost ko siya sa mga socials ko, after siya nag-trend, parang nagkaroon ng do-it-yourself na challenge yung mga artists, and they started creating their own avatars, no? Yung tumindig. Yung ibang mga version nila nung fist. And then it blew up. Hanggang ngayon, hindi pa rin ako get over dun sa nangyari kasi sobrang laki yung scope, yung na-reach nung movement.
Pero TK, did you expect that kind of reception, especially from your fellow artists? Kasi, di ba, basically the message of that artwork is kahit na sobrang lahat fanatics, kumbaga, may isang titindig, di ba, para lumaban. So did you expect that kind of reaction, firstly from the artists and then from the NGOs and from other groups?
Actually, hindi eh. Kasi medyo may ano din yung mga artist kapag ka sinabi mo, oh, join kayo dito sa challenge na to, kunwari, pag naglabas ng challenge. Tinatamad yung mga artist, ganyan. Parang masyadong busy. So nagulat talaga ako dun sa reception. And yung the fact na hindi lang siya nakakulong dun sa mga artist, parang lumagpas na siya doon. Hindi ko siya in-expect talaga.
Okay, so right now, let's contextualize this conversation, TK, no, to this very crucial presidential elections. How do you think this movement translated before the elections muna, how do you think this movement translated into the real world, di ba? In the physical world, how do you think?
Okay, so after niya mag-trend, parang sumakto na nag-open na for registration ng voters, no? Ano yung figure kanina? 6 point something million. Parang nadagdagan yung voters
Yeah,
this
before
year.
was 61.8 million. Tapos ngayon 65.7 million.
And most of those na nadagdag ay mga millennials actually. So I can't say, hindi ko maano kung gaano kalaki yung dent na nung tumindig, pero madami din kasi akong na-receive na mga messages from my readers na sabi nila dahil dun sa movement na yan. Parang na-compel sila to register to vote. Ang dami mga first-time voters na nag-message sa akin na affected nga sila nung tumindig movement na yun.
Kasi TK, syempre, if we'll try to contextualize everything, no, you have the anti-terror law being passed, diba, during the pandemic. Yeah. And you have the pandemic, another multi-layered of restrictions, basically, yung naranasan natin mga Pilipino during this time for the past 2 years. So, it's a totally different kind of experience na this artwork was able to, encourage people to still go out and register. So, so that's an additional millions of additional registered voters. So now, today, we only have less than 4 hours before the precincts close. I know the anxiety is too much already. Maraming mga puyat sa ating lahat dahil hindi tayo makatulog. And then we go to the precincts with super long lines. Actually, parang parang two thoughts yung naisip ko with the long lines. It's either sobrang daming gusto bumoto ngayon, but at the same
sobrang tagal.
At kaya sobrang tagal. And of course, yung mga social distancing restrictions among others. And of course, the other frustration is yung super marami na mga VCM reports ngayon, no, na hindi pa rin maayos. So, sabay-sabay. So, later on, after 7 p.m. TK, magsa-start na yung transmission of votes. What's on your mind right now, especially as the creator, no, of this Tumindig movement? I mean, there's this political rally, the Meeting the Avance of One candidate, no, in Makati, na there was this moment there na lahat nagtaas ng fist. What was your reaction during that time?
Actually, very overwhelming yung moment na yan. And para kasing yung dinrawing ko lang sa artwork, para nagmamanifest na siya, no, dun sa real world. Na ayoko namang i-claim na it's because of that, no? Pero part of me is hoping na yung ginawa kong artwork made that much of an impact on people na nako-connect nila yung doon.
So I sense, TK, na your heart is full of hope right now because of the momentum that we're seeing right now, no? But whatever the results will be later after 7 p.m., how do you think or how do you plan to sustain this movement that you created?
Actually, gumagawa na ako ng artwork for either scenarios, no? So medyo may kaba din. Pero ang ko lang doon is dapat nating sustain yung movement. Kasi hindi lang naman dito. We should look beyond the elections, kumbaga. Kumbaga, hindi doon natatapos yung laban.
Correct.
If we win, madami pa tayong kailangan gawin. Kumbaga, hindi naman siya in a snap, parang, okay na lahat. If we lose, more so, parang,
So dapat tuloy-tuloy talaga. Okay.
tuloy-tuloy talaga.
Correct. Thank you, TK. No? So now let's talk about Facts First PH. Okay. So you're one of the artists no, na tapped by the Facts First PH initiative. And your initial artworks, I think you released 4 already. 4 artworks already? Or 5?
Yeah.
4. Okay. So
4.
what's the process of what's your process when you're creating these artworks na fact-checking yung pinaka-concept niya? Kasi as mentioned earlier in my previous interviews, unfortunately, lies spread faster than facts. Diba? Kasi, let's face it, minsan boring yung mga fact-checks. So, ano yung ginagawa mong way para mas makuha natin emotions and attention ng mga tao?
Okay, una kong ginagawa, parang, di ba, may list of mga kailangan i-fact check. Tinitingnan ko muna doon, parang pinaprioritize ko muna yung about the elections kasi nga, mas yun yung kailangan natin na i-fact check rather than yung medyo mga luma na issues, no? And then, once nakapili na ako ng topic, kailangan, kasi you have to create it in such a way na nakakatawa. Kasi mas madaming yung tao, mas drawn sila dun sa fact-checking if it's done in a humorous way.
Okay.
So, ini-injectan ko siya ng, for example, pop culture. Yung una kong ginawang comic strip, in-insert ko yung meme ni AC doon. Yung...
Pupunta pa lang tayo sa exciting part.
Yun. so, in a way, din, parang nilalagyan mo ng medicine yung saging. Kumbaga, yung pag-fact check, yun yung medicine. And then, yung comics, yun yung saging. So, mas madali siyang madadigest ng readers.
Okay. Alright. So we expect more artworks in Facts First PH from Tarantadong Kalbo kasi this is our way to amplify more the fact checks that we are producing. Okay. So TK, siguro as we wrap up this very meaningful interview, no? How do you handle the reactions of people? Kasi from time to time when I visit your page or on Twitter, iba-iba di ba? Iba-iba yung mga reaction ng mga tao. So there are praises and there's hate also. So how do you handle these reactions from people?
By now, medyo natuto na din ako not to take it personally. Lalo na kung medyo harsh yung sinasabi. I have to accept na as a personality, ganun talaga yung hindi lahat ng tao mag-a-agree sa'yo. Siguro yung acceptance lang yun na yung kailangan mong makuha.
Alright. Thank you so much, TK. On the last note, we still have less than 4 hours left before precincts close. Your message to the voters.
Hindi natatapos sa eleksyon ang laban.
Alright. Thank you so much, Kevin Raimundo, or famously known online as Tarantadong Kalbo. Maraming salamat sa'yo. Mabuhay ka. Okay. To all our viewers, please continue the conversation online. Use our official hashtags. These are #WeDecide, #PHVote, and #PHVoteWatch. And please bookmark our Rappler's election coverage site. That's ph.rappler.com. Thank you so much. I'm Jules Kiang. Community Corner will return.
You're still with us for Rappers. You're still with us for Rappler's special election coverage, #WeDecide, Atin ang Pilipinas. We are coming back to you with Aika Ray, who is reporting live from General Santos. She is waiting for Manny Pacquiao. Aika, can you tell us what's happening?
Hello, hi. So, right now we're here at Senator Manny Pacquiao's house in General Santos City. Essentially, we just wanted to clarify some things. Basically, on what happened kanina, no, when he voted. Kasi when Senator Pacquiao voted, it seemed like the impression was he cut lines just to get ahead at makaboto siya kaagad. Although it seemed like hindi siya aware na yun yung nangyari, no? Kasi pagdating niya, he arrived around 11 a.m. Tapos, meron kasing nag-a-assist sa kanya at meron nagtuturo na parang, oh, dito ka pupunta. So, actually, kung titingnan mo, mukha namang pumila talaga siya, no? Kasi dun siya nilagay sa isang part na kung saan dun po ipila yung tao diretso sa voting precinct. But I think, meron pa kasi isang step na kailangan niya puntahan and doon marami yung tao. So, because of that, na-skip niya yung isang step na yon, diretso na siya kagad. He waited for a few minutes before being able to get inside the voting precinct himself and then voted. So, yun yung what we're trying to clarify here and the reason why we're here in his house in General Santos City.
So, Aiko, we haven't had the chance yet to speak to Senator Manny Pacquiao.
Kanina, nag-interview kasi kami. We had an ambush interview before he left the voting area. And when we asked him, sabi niya, pumila naman ako. So, it seemed like hindi nga siya aware na yun yung nangyari, no? Kasi when you go around, when you're there, talaga may kita mo kasi mahaba talaga yung pila ng mga tao. Eh. And parang ang bilis lang ni Senator Pacquiao na nakapunta dun sa kanyang presinto. So it seemed like hindi talaga siya aware kasi yun na nga, merong nagdidirect sa kanya kung saan siya dapat pipila. So I think doon nagkaroon ng misunderstanding and it seemed like at least some of the people there who lined up before him, marinig mo talaga sila, merong mga comment habang nandun kami. Di ba, syempre lahat kami nakapwesto trying to get a glimpse of Senator Pacquiao and do our live reports, no? May kita mo maririnig mo sa gilid parang, ay, sumingit, ganyan. So yun na nga. But again, I just want to emphasize it na parang hindi talaga siya aware na pumila, na parang nag-cut siya ng line.
Pero ano naman yung mood ng tao doon, Aika? Did this annoy them? How did the crowd in the polling precinct receive this?
Well, when he arrived, sobrang nagkagulo talaga. As in, yung mga tao, parang yung mga galing dun sa line, yung original line na kung saan siya dapat unang pipila, wala na, nagkagulo na kasi everyone just wanted to take photos with him. So, totoo, may mga nagpa-selfie talaga sa tabi niya. Habang nasa pila siya, yung mga tao, talagang dinudumog siya, no? Na gusto magpa-selfie. So, yun talaga. Very, naman sila, very excited to see him. Well, kasi he is Manny Pacquiao. But then, of course, yun nga, yung other people na narinig nga namin, na meron silang ganong side comments. So, merong sobrang natuwa kasi nandun na siya. And talagang nagsigawan yung mga tao. But then, meron din talagang somewhat na inis kasi tingin nila sumingit si Senator Pacquiao.
Mm-hmm. So, before we ask Aika some more questions, what you're seeing on screen right now is that moment in the morning when Senator Manny Pacquiao was voting in his precinct. So, yes, as you see, actually, even in the room, well, from the window, you see so many people just looking in, watching Manny Pacquiao vote. Aika, what are the rest of Senator Manny Pacquiao's plans for today?
Well, for today, ang sabi nila, he might just stay at home and probably leave for Manila tomorrow. So yun yung kanyang, medyo maluwag yung schedule kasi I think he just wanted to rest. And aside from that, sinasabi niya kasi sa amin na yung anak niya daw ay nagpunta na dito sa Jensen. So gusto niya munang magstay ng time dito para makasama siya because, as you know, the 90-day campaign is very demanding. It took a lot of time from his family. So gusto niya daw muna mag-spend ng time kasama yung pamilya niya, at least for the rest of the day today.
Right. So we'll check back with you, Aiko, once you have the chance to speak to Senator Manny Pacquiao. Going back to our panel here, we have with us Alois Sinica, Rappler Digital Communications Specialist, who will talk to us about some of the trends and conversations that we are seeing online. How has it been in the online world?
On Twitter, we see that basically the trends since yesterday or since last night were just the same. Since Twitter users are, they're very vigilant and they are really out there to say or to mention to other users to basically protect our right to vote as well as to protect the others' right to vote. So here, the trends are basically continuing. I would say that the trends are basically continuing because since last night or since last night or until this very time, the trending topics are the trending topics show the vigilance or the nature of what kind of behavior do we want to have in the next 6 years. So not this isn't really exclusive only to Robredo supporters. In fact, the Marcos supporters are also calling out, or they're urging their fellow supporters to protect the votes. Although this kind of contradicts what the Marcos camp has been saying. They've been claiming that this election is only for formality because they've already won. So they only need to protect the votes, and they basically repeat the false claims that they have been repeating basically since Marcos lost in the VP electoral protest.
Yeah, just some context to what Alois is saying. One of the problems that voters have been experiencing earlier today and up until now is really long lines and overcrowding in precincts because of malfunctioning vote counting machines. But just to give some perspective as well, Dwight told us earlier that around 142 or so VCMs are malfunctioning. But just to look at the bigger picture as well, this is only just a small fraction of the over 107,000 BCMs that are currently being used across the country for this election cycle in 106,000 clustered precincts. So, and the COMELEC also has around 1,100 contingency VCMs, no?
Yes.
But before, so we can talk more about that later, but before anything, let's go back to Dr. John Wong, who's still with us right now. John, I think you mentioned a while ago that there was a particular point that really interested you, and maybe we can talk about that. I think it was the quote of Dr. Virchow.
Thank you, Dr. Wong. We looked up the quote attributed to Dr. Rudolph Virchow, where he says something like, medicine is a social science, and politics is just medicine writ large. I think I think this is a very potent thought. We should have been using this since 2 years ago. I don't know if Health Secretary Duque is familiar with this. He has been criticized even by the president's own allies. For instance, the Senate passed a resolution condemning the pandemic response led by Secretary Duque. Can you sort of explain to us the philosophy behind this quote attributed to Rudolph Virchow?
I'll explain that in relation also to the pandemic. No? During 2 years of lockdown, no, or because of 2 years of lockdown and other restrictions like masking, distancing, no, I think we all saw that the PSA reported that there were about 450,000 excess mortality, no, over the past 2 years. No? But that excess also masked the fact that there were also decreases in mortality from some of the common diseases. No? So, for example, all infections that are not called COVID, no, actually decrease. No? We had reduction in deaths from pneumonia, from TB. We had reduction of deaths from vehicular accidents, from other respiratory diseases. No? And this could be attributable to masking, to decrease in pollution. No? So here we see examples of the causes of diseases or the problems of healthcare lying outside of the health system. No? So part of the agenda of the next administration should be addressing these causes. No? Pollution, tobacco, alcohol, nutrition, lack of parks, for example, for physical activity. So these are things that the health secretary cannot do. It needs the president asking all sectors to work together to address this.
I'm curious, Dr. Wong. Now that you mentioned that, let's talk a little bit. Let's go to back to the candidates, no. So throughout the campaign season, I know the pandemic wasn't a huge talking point, but of course it was touched upon, and like you mentioned, many other proposals they brought up because health is really that all-encompassing. Was there a particular candidate whose proposals struck you?
Actually, I looked at the health platform. It seems that they're all similar in saying that we need to build more hospitals, we need to pay our health workers better. And I think that's necessary, but I don't think it's sufficient. I think we need to address the causes or the reasons why people get sick in the first place. So we need to address the causes for heart disease or strokes, which is diet, exercise, but also looking at the structural factors that make eating healthier not difficult, or making exercise difficult. Because, for example, as doctors, we advise patients to exercise more. Pero if they try to do it at home, in their neighborhood, there may not be safe walking paths, or parks, or biking lanes. So these are the things that need to be addressed also.
But in terms of some of the so you mentioned some of those proposals. Who for you had the most realistic or feasible promises?
I saw that Senator Lacson said that a lot of the provisions in the UHC law could actually, if implemented, could have actually helped in the pandemic. So he talked about having primary care providers assigned to every Filipino, and he talked about the financing of the health system.
Doc Juan, I think I also want to talk to you about, so a part of the, inheriting the challenge of the pandemic, of course, is we're at the stage right now that's sort of an in-between phase where the world is kind of moving on, but we're also not really at the stage where the virus is endemic yet. Of course, we know that getting the endemic isn't just about the virus evolving into a less severe, formidable form. There are also some policies that need to be put in place by the incoming administration. Walk us through these policies and what could happen if the right policies aren't put in place.
So when we talk about the pandemic, for example, now we know that infections or transmission of the virus is really difficult to do. So a more realistic goal of bringing the COVID pandemic under control is to prevent hospitalizations. But if you look at who are being hospitalized, it's people with pre-existing illnesses, or people with or elderly people who also have these chronic illnesses. So I think one of the most important things that need to be done is to address the epidemic of chronic diseases. We've had for years. We're in a position where we're still dealing with the infectious diseases that we had when we were a poor country, TB, diarrheas. But more and more, we're also dealing with non-communicable diseases. So for example, when we try to vaccinate people with comorbidities, they're priority 3, no, in the vaccination program, no. We didn't even have an accurate count, no. DOH was saying 8 million, but the National Nutrition Survey alone said that obesity was about 10 million. So we're undercounting them, and this is also because that many Filipinos don't have a primary care provider. So we need to address the causes of the causes, no? The upstream factors, no, that cause people to be more prone, no, to being hospitalized. No? So if we're able to control this, now we can have a situation where COVID is still circulating, causing a lot of infections, but fewer people are being hospitalized, no, because their comorbidities, no, their chronic diseases are under control.
I think John had a question.
Yes, Dr. Wong. One of our guests a little later this afternoon is the election lawyer Emil Marañon, who reminded people that we should actually consider the fact that we can safely vote today. And of course, he also pointed out that we're lucky that we are in between surges. I just wonder. This is a what if. I just wonder, were you involved in, or did you anticipate scenarios where a surge where election day would take place in the middle of a surge? If that had happened, what would have been the conditions or safeguards in place? Would an election have been possible?
In the middle of a surge, it would have been very difficult. No, in the middle of a surge, we'll probably be in lockdown. No, so you can't have people going out, no, to vote. No, I mean, this is hypothetical. No, but the elections might have been postponed, no, if that had been the case.
Well, that would have required a constitutional
Yes.
amendment. But yeah, we're just wondering. I mean, just a way for us to appreciate, this combination of factors that allow us to vote today. As you said, you have a 3 out of 4 test, and it looks like in many of our polling centers they are passing that 3 out of 4 test. I was just curious what kind of scenario building maybe the COMELEC or the Department of Health had prepared for a pandemic, for an election day conducted during a surge.
I'm not privy to any internal discussions that we have for a election during a surge. No?
Okay. Dr. Wong, will still keep you on the line because we still have more questions to ask you. But let's go back to Alois now. I'm just curious, Alois, was there any talk about the urgency of the pandemic online? What other, or what, if not the pandemic, what prominent voter issues came up?
So aside from the fact that we are conducting the elections during a pandemic, most of the sentiments online were saying that we should first hurdle this election because what happens today will definitely shape our policies for the next 6 years, and that would really the kind of leadership that we have would have a huge impact on our health policies. That of course covers the COVID-19 pandemic. Aside from that, I would say that social media users, for example, on Twitter, they consider the pandemic. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't preempt them by saying that the pandemic is not an issue for them, but for them, but for these people, there is some sense of urgency for them to first cast their votes. As to the particular issue that the Filipinos online think we should resolve first, I think it would be it would pertain to the conduct of elections itself. Of course, since last night, the phrase "hindi makatulog" or those election anxiety keyword, anxious feeling, these keywords or words have been aired since last night, and that really says a lot about how the stakes that we have in this election. So I think first and foremost, the issue would be really pertaining to the conduct of election itself.
Yeah. Speaking of election anxiety, everyone's definitely feeling it today. We see that it's very palpable in the polling precincts now where people are actively guarding their vote. Right now, we have on the line election lawyer Emil Marañon. Attorney Emil, there has been widespread disinformation, of course, about the voting process and reports of suspicious activities all day long. Help us take a step back. What's your take on this? What should voters be remembering at this time?
Siguro yung mga botante dapat isipin all the time na dapat pangalagaan yung kanilang boto. So wag tayong basta-bastang maniniwala sa mga viral posts, for example. So we should always check and verify yung whatever information that come our way. So napaka-importante po na i-check natin because I've noticed that a lot of viral posts, for example, or memes are actually uh, means siya actually na para yung parang lumalabas na black ops siya against a particular candidate or party list. For example, there are certain party lists na may pinakalat sila na disqualified na daw, yung para hindi iboto ng mga tao. And there were also instances na may claim na ang nangyari daw, if pag-shinade mo daw yung oval sa harap, tatagpos daw sa likod, and makakount daw po yun sa isang particular candidate. So I think most of these informations, we all know na wala pong basihan ito, and these are all fake news po.
Okay. Attorney Emil, what should people do if they encounter these situations? What's your advice to them? Can you share some of the go-to things that they can do?
Okay, siguro. In the same way, kung papaano ka nag-verify ng mga information na nakukuha mo sa internet. So, unang-una, you check kung sino yung source. And pangalawa, of course, kung may encounter ka na information, you should always counter-check kung whether maaasahan ba yung source, whether tama ba yung sinasabi. Because otherwise, kung paniniwalaan natin lahat ng lumalabas sa internet, then baka maloko tayo po. Sayang yung ating boto if that happens.
Attorney Emil, you also tweeted something really interesting earlier. No? Let me read it out for those who may be tuning in just now and who haven't seen Twitter. Attorney Emil said, "Be practical in solving election issues. The overriding consideration now is that you can safely vote. Your vote is the only thing that matters this election day." Attorney Emil, what do you mean by be practical in solving election issues?
For example, kasi ang daming nagtatanong regarding doon sa pagsusuot ng damit, for example, na may pangalan or mukha ng kandidato or color associated with a particular candidate. So, while of course we know na parte po yan ng freedom of expression ng tao, but pag binablock ka na, for example, or ayaw ka papasukin ng electoral board, nagkakaroon na ng issue. So sometimes the quickest way of resolving that is instead na makipag-away ka and invoke laws and rules, for example, ang most practical dun, baka pwede ka na lang magpalit ng damit because at the end of the day, ang pinaka-importante naman is dapat makapag-cast ka ng vote at saka mabilang yung boto nyo to a particular candidate. So yun naman po yung overriding consideration natin sa election po.
Yeah. Attorney Emil, of course, I know you're also very familiar with what it takes to run an election. It's been, we have around 3-ish more hours left till polls close. How would you say the day is going so far by your assessment?
Siguro ang laki ng problema natin in terms ng sa malfunctioning VCM, no? So, una, hindi naman to bago because again, simula noong 2010, every election na lang, eto yung paulit-ulit na naging issue tuwing election na nagkakaroon ng malfunction sa makina or problema doon sa SD cards. But ang sinasabi namin parati is meron namang existing contingencies yung COMELEC kung ano ang gagawin if in case na nangyari ito. For example, sa rule ng COMELEC, if in case na merong malfunction yung VCM, ang botante po may dalawang option. Either na antayin nila na maayos yung makina, or yung second option is, of course, pwede na silang bumoto, but while in the state of malfunction, ang pwedeng gawin ng teacher po is hindi muna i-fit kasi nga sira yung makina, ilalagay muna ito sa envelope just to protect the secrecy of the ballot. And the moment na maayos po yung makina, that's the time i-feed ito. So in other words, dun sa may second case, iiwanan po natin yung balota. Ang reason naman doon is of course, una, hindi natin alam kung kailan maayos yung makina. So there's a possibility na baka matagal, baka for agency, baka naubos na, baka malayo yung repair hub ng COMELEC. So ang tanong doon, kaya ba natin antayin? What if dumating yun, malapit na yung alas 7, so wala ka ng period na para bumoto pa. So again, as sinasabi ko, baka yung overriding consideration natin dito is of course makaboto and makast mo yung ballot mo, and yun yung mas importante, rather than of course yung fear ng tao na baka daw sirain, lagyan ng smudge, or galawin yung timing marks ng balota. I know, of course, I understand yung hesitation ng tao, but at the end of the day, iwi-weigh natin dapat yan. Mas importante ba na bumoto ka with risk, or you'd rather not vote in risk na baka hindi ka na makaboto at all?
John had a question.
Yeah, Attorney Emil, good afternoon. John Neri here.
Hello.
Hi. I have a couple of questions. I thought that your tweet about, let's be practical about solving election-related issues, actually, I thought it was referring to the VCM malfunctions, because I think part of the reason why there are many people sharing these anxious tweets is because these tweets were posted by people who actually were in the polling centers and were not able to complete the voting process. So I wanted to find out what should people who are experiencing this, and we still have a little under 3 hours left to vote. What should people experiencing this do? Right? And then my second question is it possible for the COMELEC to investigate and then determine a pattern, for instance, let's say a geographical pattern of these VCM malfunctions? Is that a thing? Is that something that the COMELEC has the capacity to determine?
Una-una siguro yung practical tip ko, of course, while it is ang pinaka-ideal na situation is yung votante mismo yung mag-feed ng kanyang balota sa VCM, and for that voter to actually see the voter's receipt and counter-check whether tama ang bilang na makina or hindi. But yung situation nga, isira yung makina. So, ang option mo is either boboto ka or aantayin mo na ma-fix yung makina. So, I actually said na baka siguro mas mainam na lang na bumoto ka na, because nga narinig na natin sa COMELEC na sobrang kaunti yung contingency machine ng COMELEC. So yung sa hindi familiar with how the operations of COMELEC go, ang contingency machine, ito yung extra na machine ng COMELEC na just in case merong problema sa isang makina at saka hindi na siya umaandar for one successive hour. So ang pwedeng gawin is papalitan yung makina ng contingency machine at saka yun na yung gagamitin. But the problem nga, ang ratio niyan is one contingency machine is to 110 VCM machine. So parang lumalabas na for every municipality, iisa lang yung contingency machine. So ibig sabihin yan, given this very kaunting yung ating contingency machine, so mas mataas yung possibility na baka walang agad-agad. So baka kailangan pang ipaayos. And I don't think na maayos mo yan in 1 to 2 hours. So what if nag-extend yan into 4 hours because malayo yung technical hub ng COMELEC? So in that instance, for example, na wala tayong kasiguruhan na makakarating yung makina before the closing of the polls at 7 p.m., then ano yung practical na solution mo? Aantayin mo and risk na hindi ka makaboto? Or ang isang option mo is simply to cast your ballot and pagkatiwalaan mo yung electoral board, pagkatiwalaan mo yung watchers, pagkatiwalaan mo ang proseso. So these are two tricky situation na parang kailangan pagpilian ng mga botante. But then ako, if you ask me, I would rather choose na cast mo yung ballot mo rather than not casting your ballot at all.
So there is that risk, no, Attorney Emil, of not being able to cast your ballot if ever. But just another quick question, no? I mean, in the remaining hours of voting, so those are some of the problems we saw earlier this morning. But what should people be on the lookout for during these last few hours of voting?
Okay, so siguro yung next na concern natin, because sa amin na nagbabantay ng eleksyon, yung problema actually sa election day, they come in waves eh. So of course, yung first part ng voting, ito yung problema sa admission ng mga watchers, sa initialization ng makina, hindi umaandar. But later on, of course, yung next na phase niyan is a malfunctioning ng VCM. And of course, yung last phase niyan is of course issue na ng transmission. May failed transmission, hindi makapag-send, yun create natin the next wave of problems na ma-encounter natin starting 7 p.m. and onwards po hanggang mga 9 o'clock. So, again, meron na rin contingencies yung COMELEC na nilagay if in case na mangyari to. So alam na rin po ng electoral board kung ano ang kanilang gagawin if in case na magkaroon ng field transmission. So in other words, nakamap out naman lahat ng possibilities, nakamap out naman yung lahat ng pwedeng mangyari at saka naka-lay down na rin po kung anong solusyon na ino-offer ng COMELEC. So in other words, huwag tayo po magpanik. Merong solusyon at saka sinisigurado naman po yan ng COMELEC at ng patas na despite these technical issues, tutuloy po ang botohan at saka po may paraan para matransmit yung resulta sa next level board of canvassers po.
I'm reminded, Attorney Emil, of something that Dr. James Wong, another resource person, said earlier about the role of social capital. The lack of trust or the presence of trust. Former COMELEC spokesperson James Jimenez said the exact same thing that you said. You have two choices. You wait until the VCM replacement arrives, or you vote and then you trust the poll watchers. And he reaped a whirlwind of abuse online. No? Yun ang mahirap eh. I think part of the reality, attorney, is that the anxiety translates into distrust of the COMELEC.
Opo, yun na nga po because ang foundation kasi ng election is really so sometimes kung walang tiwala po ang publiko sa COMELEC, then may possibility na kahit malinis, walang daya or plainly neutral yung nangyari, baka pwedeng kulayan and magkaroon ng distrust po. So, ang akin naman kasi pinangahawakan dito bilang election lawyer po, there will always be safeguards, there will always be ways of detecting kung merong dayaan or nagkadayaan. So, ito yung pinangahawakan ko na in case naman po na magkaroon ng dayaan, there's a way of detecting this. May paraan po na para malaman ito.
So, just to recap what you're saying, do not panic in case the VCM malfunctions. Realize that happens. That's happened every automated election since 2010. There are safeguards in place. If you can vote, continue voting, and then trust the poll watchers. That is what you're saying, attorney. Attorney, just to go back to an earlier question. Yeah, I wanted to ask you if it's possible for the COMELEC to give us to determine the pattern of malfunctions. Is that something that they can the capacity to do?
Pwede naman nila siguro pong gawin yun because remember, if there is a technical problem or merong malfunction na kailangan ng replacement, ang rule ng COMELEC is yung DESO or yung IT technician ng bawat school, dapat tatawag muna yan sa National Call Center ng COMELEC. And of course, pagtawag mo sa National Call Center ng COMELEC, nalalagay po doon as part ng data ng COMELEC. So in other words, meron for sure available na data yan kung saan nangyari yung malfunction. So but ang tanong lang, willing ba ang COMELEC na ilabas yung data? Because of course, there is a security component on this na pag nilabas mo kung saan yung may possible technical problems, baka maging threat din po ito sa security ng elections natin. Kasi nga, of course, pag may sira ang makina, of course, expected na yun, nagagawin mo yung mga contingencies na naka-lay down. Like for example, i-replace siya ng contingency machine. So baka mamaya, pag nilabas ng COMELEC na, ay, sira yung makina dito sa town A. So baka atakihin yung makina dun sa town A para hindi na siya ma-replace. For example, later on, may field transmission. Of course, yung contingency dyan is dadalhin mo yung makina doon sa Board of Canvassers. Ita-travel mo yung VCM plus yung ballot box, dadalhin mo doon sa Kapitolyo. So pag nirelease mo yung mga information na to, may possibility na ma-intercept, baka may mga agaw, and also may security component yan. Perhaps what we can do is after the elections, pwedeng magkaroon po ng parang some sort of a yung post-mortem, if I'm using the correct term. In other words, kailangan siguro i-disclose ng COMELEC and analyze what happened, saan sila nagkulang, and learn from it. Yun naman po ang pinaka-importante sa lahat ng any project management endeavor na ginagawa ng mga institutions like COMELEC po.
Thank you, Attorney. The reason I'm bringing up the possible geographic pattern is we had our correspondent from Pagadian talk to us about the situation in Zamboanga Del Norte, and VCM malfunctions, he said, was not one of the issues. It was more of the paper jams and so on. And then it just struck me that all the leading political families in the province are actually supporting one political candidate. So it's just possible that in our anxiety, listening to that news, putting two and two together, we get, I don't know, 5. And we think, well, maybe in certain areas, the VCMs can malfunction because it's like a battleground zone or whatever. And so that's the reason why I'm thinking maybe it's best for the COMELEC to clarify this.
Well, siguro ang hirap din mag-cast ng doubt or mag-accuse tayo doon sa COMELEC this early kasi nga hindi pa natin nakikita yung bigger picture. What we see is of course yung situation sa kada clustered precinct. So wala tayong reliable na parang bird's eye view of what's really happening all over. So siguro we can make that conclusion possibly if we already have the full data later on. So ibig sabihin, pag nakita na natin na puro Bicol yung problema, then that's the possibility na baka kailangan nating pag-isipan bakit doon sa area na yon mas prevalent yung pagkasira ng makina. But of course, without that information, without the full information, mahirap naman po mag-conclude ng gumawa ng conclusion or mahirap na mag-cast ng doubt kasi baka mamaya wala naman pala basis. Unfair naman po yun sa COMELEC. But ang punto natin ngayon po, ang sinasabi ko parati, yung priority natin at this point is papaano natin mapapaboto yung ating mga kababayan before magsara yung 7 p.m. Huwag na muna natin isipin yung ibang mga bagay. Huwag muna nating pagtuunan ng pansin yung mga doubts na yan. Ang importante po, secure natin na lahat ng gustong bumoto ngayong May 9, 2022, makakaboto po bago magsara ang botohan by 7 p.m. tonight po. So of course, there are other issues. Kailangan ba mag-extend ng COMELEC o hindi ng botohan? Those are other additions that for sure yung pinag-uusapan na ngayon po ng members ng COMELEC and BAC.
Thank you very much, Attorney Emil. Just one final question. The law provides that when the polls close at 7 p.m., if you are within 30 meters, you are still allowed to vote. Within 30 meters of what? Is it the gate of the school or is it the actual classroom?
Sa bukana or entrance po na mismong polling precinct po, doon binibilang yung 30 meters po.
I see.
Which means if you're past the 30 meters,
then I guess you'll be asked to go.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Actually, very interesting question dyan is whether or not yung 30 meters na yun, may social distancing ba or dikit-dikit. So it's another very interesting question in the context of a pandemic because of course, kung may social distancing na 1 meter apart yan, then that would mean that you can only accommodate 30 people or less, but 25 people. As against, let's say, dikit-dikit yan, then perhaps pwede mo kaya kang 100. So again, these are nice legal questions na masarap yung pag-usapan siguro in the future.
Yeah. And maybe some of those will be addressed later on when the COMELEC has a press con again. But we'd like to thank Attorney Emil for joining us and answering our questions. Just to emphasize some important points that Attorney Emil raised, no? So, of course, we're all feeling the election anxiety. People are guarding their ballots very actively. But, must emphasize that before anything, before being paralyzed by any speculation or worry, we have to remember that voting hours are still in place, and there's still time to vote, so go and vote. That's what today is really all about. Now we would like to turn you over to our community corner with Jules Giam.
Thank you.
And welcome back to Community Corner, where we talk about anything and everything about how communities move on the ground and online in this very crucial presidential elections. Good afternoon, magandang hapon. I'm Jules Giang, Rappler's head of community. In less than 3 hours, the precincts will close at exactly 7 o'clock p.m. So you still have a few hours left. So please, if you haven't voted yet, go out and vote now. We enjoin everyone to please use our hashtags, hashtag we decide, hashtag PHVote, and hashtag PHVoteWatch. If by any chance you are experiencing you have encountered any unusual incident within your area or from your precincts, please post them and use this hashtag PHVoteWatch. And please also bookmark our Rappler's election coverage site. This is ph.rappler.com. And as soon as votes are transmitted tonight after 7 p.m., you can see those votes coming in real time in this interactive site. So before we proceed to our conversation for this segment, some updates in this election day. Re-electionist Senator Laila De Lima, who remains in jail over what she has described as trumped-up drug charges versus her, has allowed to cast her vote at Santa Rita College in Parañaque. De Lima is the most prominent political prisoner under the Duterte regime. Senator De Lima has been detained for at least 5 years. There has been no significant movement yet in her case. It's important to note that 2 witnesses who stood against her during the start of Duterte's administration retracted their statements against De Lima. What we are seeing are sourced photos. De Lima wears a shawl in pink, the campaign color of presidential candidate VP Leni Robredo, under whose ticket she's running for Senate re-election. More updates later on. Anyway, for this segment, we move forward. We will touch again on Facts First PH, a multi-sector and multi-layered initiative that aims to address disinformation in this crucial presidential elections. So, with us this afternoon, number one is the writer, researcher in Rappler. We have Ri Toquero. Hi, Ri.
Hello.
And we also have, okay, so before we get back to you, we'll now proceed to our breaking news where President Duterte is about to cast his vote. So let's watch this, please. All right, to our audience who are watching right now, you're seeing President Duterte just arrived in the same precinct where her daughter and VP Bet Sara Duterte, the current city mayor of Davao City. That's the same precinct where Mayor Sara Duterte voted this morning. And as you can see on your screens right now, the president is being swarmed by a crowd of supporters in this precinct. If we look back in 2016, there's this chair where the President Duterte signed that particular seat. That particular chair was used by the President when he voted in 2016, and it's safely kept there in that school. And now he's back 6 years after voting for the next leadership in 2022, where his daughter, again the current city mayor of Davao, is currently running for Vice President of the Republic. Well, what we're noticing now, of course, there are loud cheers for the outgoing president, and that's his precinct. And we're noticing that, of course, the president hasn't. Now he's entering the precinct, following the usual protocols, of course, without lining up, since he's also a senior citizen. So the electoral board, the members of the electoral board are now checking his details before any voter could proceed to the voting process. A voter needs to sign up. what you're hearing right now, that faint music you're hearing on the background, is a music produced by Freddy Aguilar, and this particular music was used in the entire presidency of President Duterte in his State of the Nation addresses and the Talk to the People, among others. So most probably, and the other presidential events. So this is used in most of his events. Okay, so the president is now doing some quick chit-chats with other voters. And there you go. There's his ballot with the secrecy ballot folder. It's important to note that the president hasn't endorsed any presidential candidate for this presidential elections. Yeah, even though his daughter, the city mayor of Davao, is running for vice president, he didn't attend the meeting de avance in Parañaque last Saturday. Okay, so the president is about to cast his vote for the 2022 presidential elections. Carefully looking at the names on what to shade in his ballot for 2022. He is currently being assisted by one of his aides. So the president arrived in this particular precinct in less than 3 hours before the polls close by 7 p.m. And by the looks of it, he's done voting for president and vice president and heading on to selecting his senators. So most probably this particular seat will be safely kept also in this school, just like what happened in 2016, in which he signed also that particular seat in this same precinct. So once again, this is also a reminder to all our audience, especially if you haven't voted yet. Voting polls will close in less than 3 hours. That's 7 p.m. And after that, transmission of votes will begin. And we also invite everyone to visit ph.rappler.com, where you will see real-time the votes being transmitted from several precincts. The president is taking his time choosing his candidates for president, vice president, and for senators. I think he's still on the first page, so most probably by the lower part of the ballot, so most probably that's for the local positions already. Looking back to the 2022 presidential campaign, he has only joined mostly the PDP Laban sorties, and again, not joining any of the sorties or rallies of presidential bet Bongbong Marcos Jr. and his daughter, Mayor Sara Duterte, who is running as Vice President. Oh, okay, I think he's still voting for his senators since he's counting the numbers of names he shaded. Again, for added info, if ever you're interested, the music you're hearing right now is produced by Freddy Aguilar, and this music has been repeatedly used in most of his, or in all of his presidential events, from the State of the Nation address, in his regular talk to the people, which happens every week since the pandemic, usually by 11 p.m. or sometimes later after midnight. So we're still counting the names. It looks like he's in the middle part of the ballot already. Okay, I think that's for senators. Okay. All right. Now he's heading to vote for his local candidates. All right. So while we're waiting for the president to finish his voting exercise in Davao right now, we'll get back to this live feed, but we'll proceed first to our interview, of course, with our guests joining us live, and we'll talk about fact-checking. Okay? So once again, we have the writer and researcher in Rappler, we have Ree Toquero, and the research layer lead from Facts First PH, Gilbert Chua. Ree and Gilbert, good afternoon.
Hello.
Hi, good afternoon.
Okay, thank you so much for your patience. So while President Duterte is casting his vote, we'll proceed with this one, especially for the past 6 years, we've experienced so much disinformation. So I think that it's very timely to talk about fact-checking right now. So Ree is one of the writers and researchers in Rappler, and also one of the leads in fact-checking in Rappler. And we have Gilbert leading the research layer in Facts First PH. So for the context of our viewers, the Facts First PH has 4 layers. The first layer is the fact-checking layer, so Ree is part of that. You have the mesh layer, where civil society organizations are part of that. And you have the research layer, where Gilbert is leading, and you have the legal layer. So let's start. For Ree, so for the past month since we started Facts First PH, and even before that, since our Rappler has been very active in fact-checking, what were the disinfo trends that you observed so far in the past 3 months?
Okay, so for the past 3 months, so sa campaign period, right? But even before that, even since the filing of certificates of candidacies, we've been seeing some primary trends, which are claims we checked about a candidate. So for certain candidates, there are 2 kinds of these, positive and negative. So on one hand, you see claims that discredit a candidate or paint them in a negative light, or even red tag them. And on the other hand, you see claims that exaggerate the supposed accomplishments of a candidate. They even resort to credit grabbing, or worse, historical distortion. Historical distortion is a significant trend in itself, even outside of the election and campaign period. So this is even like a fruit of years of disinformation campaigns. So that's one that's one trend that we've observed for the past few months. Another is claims about their campaign activities. So for rallies, nakikita natin yung mga
Number.
some inflated counts of attendees, and on the other hand, parang some underreported counts of attendees in certain rallies. There's also claims of vote buying on both sides, and other such instances in their campaigns. And the last one, I would say, is claims that could lead to voter suppression. So early on in the campaign period, may nakita na kaming mga claims about pre-programmed ballots, for example. So magpapaniwala ang mga botante na may pandarayan na nagaganap. So we fact-check them because this could lead to voters being discouraged to exercise their right to vote.
Okay. Thank you so much, Lee. So we have Gilbert here, no? The main point of the research layer is to, of course, identify or determine the sources or the sources of this info and the actors behind this. So far, dun sa nabanggit ni Ree na mga usual trends, no? Mapa-positive or negative man yan. So far, in the research findings, Gilbert, meron bang nakakita ng mga sources nitong mga disinfo trends na nabanggit ni Ree?
So, yeah, may mga nahanap ding mga source. So, actually, a lot of these come from mga media-adjacent YouTube channels or other types of social media. So, meron mga creators doon na gumagawa ng sarili nilang universe. Some would call it really like a BBM verse. Yun yung term na ginagamit ng ibang tao. Kasi gumagawa sila ng sarili nilang ecosystem. So maraming actors, maraming relationships with one another. Tapos doon nagmumula ang mga disinformation.
Okay. Gilbert, let me quickly pause. Okay, so the president has finally finished casting his vote. So he's currently here in front of the VCM, and one of the electoral board members is assisting the president in feeding his ballot in the VCM. So we'll check if it will be accepted or rejected. So that's the usual process. And then looks like it was accepted. So we'll wait for the receipt to come out. Again, this is the usual process that we're doing. And the voter has the chance to verify if the list of his votes is exactly the same as reflected in the receipt. So he'll try to check it first. The other side. Okay, looks like he's verifying it right now. He's thoroughly checking the list of his vote for this crucial elections. Again, where his daughter is running as VP. And it's Duterte verified. So he will now place it in the box. Carefully folding it before placing it in the voter's receipt box. Okay. And he's done. Now, Mr. President, the indelible ink. Okay, so that's very important before you leave. Okay, and he's done. He's the president. President Duterte has officially voted for the 2022 elections. Now he's heading away from the classroom, from this precinct. Let us see if, yes, okay. All right, there you go. We're seeing his inked finger. So for the cameras and the media who has been following the president for the past 6 years. And there you go. Live from Mindanao, we're seeing this. And the other members of this particular precinct are probably requesting for a quick photo with the outgoing president, President Rodrigo Duterte, who just finished casting his vote for the 2022 elections. Again, this is the same precinct where he voted in 2016, in the same precinct where Vice Presidential Bet Sara Duterte, outgoing city mayor of Davao, has casted her vote this morning. There you go, more photos for the media and his supporters. Again, looking back to this 90-day campaign, the president hasn't endorsed any presidential bet, not even the standard bearer of his daughter. He was invited in the meeting de Avance last Saturday, but he didn't attend this meeting de Avance. And of course, we're hearing people chanting Duterte. There you see the crowd taking photos of the outgoing president, flexing his inked finger. And there you go. And with him, we can see Senator Bongo by his side. We're not sure what okay, here we go. The president is, I'm not sure if this is the same seat which he used inside the precinct, or probably the same seat. Probably this is the seat he used in 2016. Yeah, okay, this is the same seat which he used in 2016. So he is signing again. So in that seat in 2016, then outgoing city mayor of Davao rose to power as president of the Republic, who served from 2016 and is now finishing his term, which will end lunchtime on June 30th. We're seeing once again Senator Bongo, one special assistant to the president. Okay, he's trying to say something. Let's try to listen. Okay, we'll try to, his team is trying to get his audio. We're seeing Bongo by his side until the end, as he promised in 2016. And we're seeing Hanilet. I think that's Hanilet behind him, wearing a pink shirt. Okay, let's listen in.
Dungog na ko ninyo. Wa ko kadungog ka rin. Siguro tiguang na yun. Ako mo talikuray na sa akong pagka-presidente. Gusto lang ko makadungog ang akong kinasing-kasing nga pagpasalamat kaninyong taga-Davao. Kamo ang kasugod sa akong journey, sa akong paglakbay ngadto sa Malacañang. O naabag po ko mga anak, iba ko humanaw ang boto, pero tanaw ninyo nga maayo ang pagkadaan nila sa syudad. Ako, mangayo ko sa inyong tapang. Humanaman mo boto, bawo naman po. Salamat na lang po sa inyong tabang kanila. Unya, ako ni Ara sa Davao. So, basig civilian ako, o kung sa may akong mahimo nimo, sama sa akong giingon ni adto pa pagsugod nako pagka-mayor. Ako si Rodrigo Duterte magpabilin inyong sulugon. Daghang salamat. buang dili dako kandidato. Salamat ha. Daghan kaayong salamat.
Okay, we're seeing the president as he leaves the precinct and thanking his supporters in Davao, speaking in Bisaya. So to expound the message and the journey of the president as he voted in Davao, we have Ralph Rivas. Ralph?
Yes, hi Jules. No,
Hello.
kakatapos lang itong speech ni President Duterte. Short and sweet. Basically, nagpasalamat siya no, doon sa kanyang speech. Nagpasalamat siya sa mga Davaoenyo as well as humingi rin siya ng suporta para sa kanyang mga anak. Remember, no, this is the last year where President Duterte is president and will be voting as president, and in the next few weeks, he will be just an ordinary civilian. Recall that in his endorsement of Sara Duterte at the Hugpong ng Pagbabago local meeting de Avance ay sinuportahan niya si Sara Duterte. And somewhere along the lines of iba, hindi na niya maaabisuhan ang kanyang mga anak, no matter kung ano pang gusto niyang abiso dahil may kanya-kanyang isip ang kanyang mga anak. And he leaves it up to them, basically. So, something to look forward to, and rather something to watch out for, what will happen to the dynasty of the Dutertes here. Kasi at this point, it's very solid talaga. Talagang kung kita mo yung video kanina, no, talagang naghihiyawan yung mga tao pagdating ni President Duterte. Now, pagdating niya dito sa Daniel R. Aguinaldo National High School, no, bandang 4:40 p.m., ay unfortunately ay hinarang na naman tayo, Rappler lang. Hinarang tayo to cover that said event, yung pagboto niya. Talagang hinanap tayo ng kanyang mga staff, ano, and we were told, and I quote, no, that person, that officer, that ginagawa niya lang yung trabaho niya. He was just doing his job, and he apologized to me personally regarding this issue. And ako naman, I'm here to cover the 2022 elections, kung ano mga issues. So, and I'd just like to add, no, na this one, they had several layers of requirements for you to cover the president during his voting. Kailangan meron kang RT-PCR test 2 days before this event. And then on this event, ay kailangan mo mag-antigen test. So, again, very expensive, and since Rappler tayo, Jules, ay hindi na tayo umaasa na papayagan tayo. So, we chose our battles, and umalis na kami sa venue ourselves and just monitored it through the RTVM live stream. So, as I said, it's interesting to observe what's next for Mr. Duterte and the Duterte dynasty. I mean, does the charisma of the father transfer to the children, for instance? Or does the public have a different constructed image of Baste, Pulong, and Sara? Now, kanina din, si outgoing Mayor Sara Duterte trooped to her precinct here. Magka-presinto sila ni President Duterte. Si Sara Duterte, VP aspirant, arrived much earlier, mga past 9. So, halos wala pang masyadong pila, no? The 43-year-old has, of course, led the preference polls for vice president since she threw her hat in the race. Now, it just took her 10 minutes to vote. Now, President Duterte, medyo matagal. Almost, I think, mga 18 to almost 20 minutes, no, yung pagboto niya dito. Now, both of them, after nilang bumoto, ay nakipag-selfie pa sila sa kanilang mga kandidato. Now, in particular dito kay Sara Duterte, no, that's very different. Stark contrast with sa tandem niya na si Bongbong Marcos na mailap sa media at mailap pati sa kanyang mga taga-suporta. So, that's the latest for now, Jules. dito sa Davao City.
Raf, so far ba alam na ba natin ang mga sunod na plano ni President Duterte as you mentioned, no, by June 30th? Civilian na uli siya. Alalaman na ba natin ano mga next plans niya? Is he going back to Davao?
Yeah, that's the most likely scenario, Jules, no? Dahil sinabi niya sa isang meeting de avance just a couple of days ago na mukhang ano na siya, mukhang magbabalik na lang daw siya mag-drive. I mean, before he became president, he drives around Davao. Parang ganun na yung ano niya eh, parang ganun na yung tono niya. And again, ayaw na niya, kung gusto man niya mag-abiso ay sabi niya mismo na ang mga anak niya ay may kanya-kanyang sariling desisyon at pag-iisip. So that's something to look out for kung papaano ang leadership styles nitong mga anak in case all three of them win these elections.
Do we know, Raf, if the president is going back to Manila? Or will he stay there until the transmission of votes or even until his term ends in June?
Jules, I don't have details for that, but I do know that Sara Duterte is expected to go back to Manila tomorrow. Sabi ni Sara Duterte kanina sa kanyang ambush interview ay may mga pasasalamatan sa mga grupo pagbalik niya sa Manila tomorrow.
Okay. All right. So behind you, Raf, we're seeing the convoy of the president. So he's there in that Hilux behind you. So with his team,
yes,
I think that's the closest Rappler can get closer to. Yeah, this is the closest Rappler can get right now to the president. He's been consistent, to be fair, with his policy against Rappler. But, you know, we do our job, Raf. Okay, so I have a last question, Raf. Go ahead.
Actually, Jules, nagulat ako kasi I'm a business reporter and madalang naman ako masabak sa mga ganitong klaseng coverage. So nagulat ako that his staff knew me. First, yung sa meeting de avance nga ng ASON to HTL dito, ay nahanap nila ako and said that you can't cover this, even kahit dun sa outskirts o sa gilid. I was really asked to leave. And now this one, maraming tao, I'm really here primarily to cover the events here dito sa Daniel R. Aguinaldo National High School and in Davao City, as well as VP aspirant Sara Duterte. But again, nasama pa rin tayo sa ban, and as you know, binulog na natin yan sa Supreme Court na yan. But I guess, wala na eh, patapos naman na si President Duterte. So, yeah.
Okay, Raf, less than 2 hours left before the polls close by 7 p.m. But what's the sense of Davaoeños, especially President Duterte did not endorse any presidential candidate, but of course only his daughter, VP Bet, Mayor Sara Duterte. What's the sense there in Davao?
Alam mo, Jules, may clean state dito sa Davao City, it's very quiet. As compared to Manila na talagang kita mo yung energy of opposing groups, the pink wave, and the red, and the blues, and the greens. Pero dito medyo tahimik eh. Kasi, I suppose, factored in that the Dutertes have a great hold of this city for over 3 decades. And kung titingnan mo yung voter turnout, for instance, in 2019, it's at around 65%. So that's very low as compared to the I think that's 75% in 2019 elections in terms of voter turnout. And for instance, dito sa first district of Davao City, yung maraming botante, no? I think the voter turnout last elections was just 58%. That's among the lowest, if not the lowest, voter turnout in the country in the last elections. Pero again, si President Duterte naman nung tumakbo 2 elections ago ay mas mataas naman yung voter turnout, but it's still lower than the national average. The national average, I think, is over 85% nung 2016 elections, pero dito less than 10 percentage points pa yan eh. So it really tells you something that the local politics affects the results of the national. Kasi halimbawa, dito sa Davao City, parang it's widely expected that the Dutertes will win. So why would people go out and vote pa? Kung yun naman wala silang malakas na kalaban, di ba? Or hindi fierce yung competition. So naaapektuhan yung national. So kung magiging ganun din ba yung trend, or Davaoenos will come out here and vote for the national level and not just for the local level, malalaman natin yan in the next few hours pagdating ng mga boto.
All right. Thank you so much, Raf Rivas. Ingat ka dyan sa Davao. Once again, we have here Raf Rivas reporting live from Davao City. Thank you so much, Raf. All right, we go back to our guests. We're talking about fact-checking. Our colleagues from Facts First PH, we have Ree from Rappler, and of course, Gilbert Chua, research layer lead for Facts First PH. We were talking about, Gilbert, no, the connection of the fact-checking, how we're seeing the actors and sources of this information. Very quickly na lang siguro, Gilbert, no. So far in the list of research materials that our research layer have produced, ano yung pinaka-compelling dito na you think would be groundbreaking as we plan to defeat disinformation?
So yeah, actually one of the things that I would actually consider one of the most groundbreaking ones is the discussion on the scaffolding that are notions of trust. So, sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, got it. Sorry, the audio froze. So actually, it's on the scaffolding the notions of trust, because it shows the relationship between the information that we consume and the way that we think and the way we act. So it really tackles how those two are related to one another and how they can actually influence the result of elections. So it would be great if we can revisit and expound on this study by Ms. Cheryl Soriano and Sir Edson Panto. It would be really amazing if we could collaborate with them, actually not just with the LaSalle Institute of Governance, but actually all of the other institutions that are associated with Facts First PH.
All right. Thank you so much, Gilbert. We go back to Ree, our writer and researcher from Rappler. So far, this election season, what are the false claims that we've monitored na parang it keeps on resurfacing? Kahit sobrang dami nating fact checks, pabalik-balik siya, siguro nag-iiba lang yung style or kung kanino yung sources. But ano itong mga to?
Yeah, so super dami actually ng mga ganitong claims. Like, Jodes Gavilan, our researcher in Rappler, also described it as a whack-a-mole phenomenon. Kasi even though we rated so many times over the past years, they still keep resurfacing in new formats and in different platforms. So, nabanggit ko kanina that one of the dominant trends is claims about candidates and historical distortions. So we've actually published a report about that, tracing the myth of the Italiano gold all the way back to 2011, and it's still being circulated on YouTube videos and Facebook posts, and parang hindi siya namamatay na myth kahit ilang organizations na yung nag-fact check sa kanya, and even though parang sobrang dami ng historians that come out and say this is simply not true. So a lot of claims about the Marcos administration actually keep resurfacing. For example, yung claim na golden era nung time ni Marcos, we always see that in our feeds, in posted by different pages and disinformation actors. And another newer claim about Bongbong Marcos naman, his son, and the frontrunner of this presidential election is yung claim na nadaya siya noong 2016. So, in one of his latest videos, he alluded to this claim na the election was taken from him in 2016, even though the Supreme Court has jumped this electoral protest already, unanimously even. So, it's claims like these that keep resurfacing on our feeds, and that we keep debunking still.
So talagang para siyang blatant disrespect or disregard actually to the fact checks na kahit there are efforts na of fact checking, correcting those lies, bibigay lang nila sa iba't ibang mga sources para lang ma-distribute pa rin kasi iba't ibang networks pa rin yan. Okay, so as we wrap up this conversation, Ri and Gilbert, what's next? What's the action plan? Okay, so we're producing fact checks, we're producing research materials. As fact checkers, as researchers, what's the end goal here? What do we plan to do despite this spread of disinformation, especially during this election? Especially by tomorrow, we have a leading candidate already. What's our outlook? Gilbert?
Yeah. So actually, one of the things na gusto ko sana magkaroon is greater collaboration sa mga research, mga membro ng research layer.
Mm-hmm.
Kasi hindi natin kaya tuloy ng isang grupo lang. Kailangan marami tayo magsama-sama para so that we can learn from one another, so that we can actually leverage on each other's strengths, so we can help dismantle this structure of disinformation that's been here for decades.
Thank you so much, Gilbert Chua. How about you, Ri?
Okay, for me naman, it's to just keep going with our collaboration efforts, as Gilbert says. So we have this great coalition who produces fact checks in a great volume and in different platforms and in different creative formats. So this helps because tinatapatan natin yung pag-circulate din ng false information. Mm-hmm. So when the truth spreads and if we keep amplifying it, somehow it will reach more people and it might change their perceptions to favor the actual facts and to see the lies for what they are.
All right. Thank you so much for your time, Ri Toquero, our writer researcher from Rappler, and of course Gilbert Chua, our research layer lead of Facts First PH. Maraming salamat sa inyong dalawa. All right. So to our audience, as we inch closer to the closing of the polls by 7 p.m., we're going back to Sofia Toma Cruz. See you in a bit.
Ikaw ang bida. Sa darating na eleksyon, sa iyong boto nakasalalay ang iyong kalusugan, kabuhayan at kinabukasan. Maging handa. Kilatisin ang mga kandidato. Suriin ang kanilang track record. Timbangin ang kanilang mga pangako at paninindigan. Sa libo-libong posisyon na ihahalal ngayong eleksyon, atin ang desisyon, atin ang bukas.
Aton. Aton.
Gawan tayo'y
Bagi tayo.
Roktano.
Aton. Di aton.
Atin ang Pilipinas.
You're still with us for Rappler's special coverage of the 2022 election. Joining us right now is Zaiza Suzara, who is the executive director of think tank iLead. But before we get to Zaiza, we just have one last question for Dr. John Wong of Epimetrics. Yes, Doc Wong, before you go, you were somebody who was also quite involved with the all experts group of the government in advising some of the policies and priorities that we should pay attention to when we respond to the pandemic. One last question for you before you go. What should change in terms of our pandemic response when a new administration comes in and they deal with this challenge head on?
The most important thing is to rebuild trust in government. A lot of the protections we have against infection rely on personal behavior, and you need people to trust the information that government is giving out, to trust other people, that they will also follow these restrictions, so that people can protect themselves. So trusting government, I think, is the most important thing.
Yeah, most definitely. Dr. Wong, I know that you don't have all day with us, so we'd like to thank you so much for joining us and lending your insights. We'll let you go because you need to go vote. Thank you for spending your afternoon with us.
Thank you, Sophia.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll see you again soon, hopefully. So earlier, just a few minutes, about an hour ago actually, almost an hour ago, we saw President Duterte voting in Davao City. So he was expected to vote at around 3 p.m. He arrived at around 4:40 p.m. according to our reporter Ralph Rivas, who is on the ground. He was voting at the Daniel R. Aguinaldo National High School in Davao City. So maybe we can play back some of what we saw when President... Okay, so... Okay, John, let's talk a little bit about, President Duterte and his impact on the elections, no? Did it surprise you that up until the very end, the very last day, he did not endorse any candidate, considering he's very popular and he has a lot of political capital at this point?
No, he's been a maverick throughout his entire political life, and it didn't surprise me at all that in probably the most important election for him in terms of securing protection after his presidency, he deliberately decided not to categorically endorse a candidate. But I was looking at that scene. I was listening to. I could understand. I'm from Cagayan de Oro, so I understood what he was saying, and then it was really I thought it was very interesting. There's the folksy, authentic, down to earth persona that he has perfected. I think that is really actually him, and that people responded to. But we were talking earlier about impact, his legacy, and I think we can see many of his legacies right there in that particular scene. The first one is his attacks on press freedom. Our own reporter was stopped very politely, but still directly stopped from being in a position to interview him. And I think now that has legitimized Marcos's own attacks on the press, his deliberate ignoring of the traditional norms as far as presidential coverage is concerned, for instance.
Yeah. So, John, we're seeing right now on the screen that moment when President Duterte voted in Davao City. So, of course, very, very crowded. People excited to see the president. Like John mentioned earlier, President Duterte gave a quick speech afterwards. He gathered a little audience around his... he gathered around an audience before him. So he, of course, gave his heartfelt thanks to Davao, where he is where he said his political career started. It's where I started my whole journey. Then he also asked, of course, his children. He talked about his children, and he mentioned to the crowd, if anyone here hasn't voted, I ask for your help. If you think that they did well, then support them. And then, of course, he also said that even if he is going to be a civilian again, a public citizen, that he will still do what he can do for the people of Davao City. He said, I, Rodrigo Duterte, will always be your servant. And you might be wondering, how do I know all of that? I don't speak Bisaya, but then, of course, John does. So that's how we know what he said. And then, of course, he threw in a trademark joke when everyone was cheering for him, chanting his name, Duterte. Like, hey, I'm not a candidate anymore here.
Yeah, you crazy people. Don't
Yeah, you crazy
I'm not the
people.
candidate here. But again, different legacies were on display. It's no longer legal to campaign. And you have the president here violating yet another norm. He campaigned for his children. He said, if you haven't voted yet, and if you like the way my children have been running the city, please consider voting for them. Another legacy of his. But another thing that we can, another legacy of his is related to the fact that he has a political dynasty. All three of his children by his first wife are running for consequential posts.
Right.
And then there's another one, a de facto member of his family. We saw on the screen Bongo materialize out of thin air after being absent for the last few months. No? And the fact that his aide is a senator of the Republic is directly attributable to Duterte's personal campaigning for him in 2019. He was telling mayors and local government officials he needs to come in at number 3 or else. So that's why. And so Duterte said, I'm going to close the doors on my political career, but we will have Bongo for another 3 years at least.
Yeah, of course. So we're seeing, of course, Bongo on screen, and so that was Duterte giving his speech. Bongo is still by his side till the very end, last few days of this administration. Just a quick recap on context of Senator Bongo's wild ride also during this campaign this election season. Late last year, media reported about how Senator Bongo was going to run for president, and then he backed out in November. So, he announced his withdrawal from the race at the end of November. When it was the deadline to withdraw. And that, of course, ended speculation about any potential replacements, any potential substitutions.
That was another way that Duterte had an impact on the 2022 elections. He had tried to turn Bongo into an alternative in case his headstrong daughter decided not to run for president herself. But in the end, all of those plans came to nothing. He was caught by surprise when Marcos Jr. and his own daughter decided to pool resources together. So that's another way that he has impacted on the campaign. And maybe just the last thing I wanted to say is that his daughter is very popular in part because of him. So there has been a transfer. I need to say that Sara Duterte is very much her own person, and some people like her for reasons that have nothing to do with President Duterte. But many people see continuity in her, and that explains why she remains overwhelmingly popular in Mindanao, for instance, and elsewhere in the Philippines.
I just want to ask you also one question, John. No, so he didn't endorse any presidential candidate, and some people think he stayed neutral. But do you think that's the case, that he really stayed "quote unquote" neutral during this election season?
I think that as far as politics is concerned, or politics and related matters are concerned, Duterte is very much a Darwinist. No? He believes in survival of the fittest. That's the way he managed his death squads, and that's the way he managed his political allies. So I think some of his political supporters saw that he actually was considering Isko Moreno as a possible alternative candidate. And that is why you have someone like Mocha Uson, and now also Mocha Uson's partner in crime, Banat Bay, coming out fully in support of an Isko Moreno presidency all the way up to today. And I don't think it's because they were like playing the field and so. I think they really thought that the president wanted them to do this. So the president was trying to see which was the better option. What's really interesting is that in the end he decided not to choose any of these options. No endorsement of Marcos Jr. and of course no endorsement of Isko Moreno.
Yeah. And we'll get back to those points some more when we discuss it later. But still on the subject of Duterte's legacy, of course, one big legacy, one big impact Duterte had was, of course, the crafting of the budget. We saw, like I mentioned earlier, we have Zaiza with us. Yes, Zaiza, so let's start off with that. Tell us about your assessment and how you think President Rodrigo Duterte, what his biggest impact really was on the national budget during his whole 6-year administration.
Yeah, so I lead this. Good afternoon muna pala to you, Sophia and John. Before I answer that,
hello.
Just wanted to thank Rappler as well for giving us the opportunity to share our assessment. So the last 5-6 years, we've actually been monitoring and analyzing the national budgets under the Duterte administration, and we see certain patterns. Unang-una yung build program. So there were really massive investments on infrastructure development. But yung legacy ni President Duterte when it comes to the investments on infrastructure is really also riddled with a lot of patronage-driven projects. So like in this year's 2022 national budget, there's about 1 trillion pesos in total for infrastructure projects. But about 1/3 of that was allocated for port projects. Marami dito yung mga local infrastructure projects that were usually inserted by legislators. So that's one of the most significant observations we've seen in the national budget. And this massive investment on infrastructure is one of the reasons why the deficit and the debt climbed under Duterte's presidency. So immediately during the start of President Duterte's term, there was a deliberate effort to increase the deficit in order to accommodate the level of spending that they wanted to do for build. So sabi kasi nila, they're going to usher in the golden age of infrastructure and invest as much as 7 to 8% of GDP spending on infrastructure, but hindi iyon natuloy. Second thing that we also noted in the national budgets the past few years is the increase in the funds that were given to the police and the military. So Rappler and many media organizations have been covering the drug war, and of course we know that the EJ case have been very controversial. And although yung coverage nito nandun sa level, of course, nung human rights violations, nung killings, what's interesting to note, and I guess the public doesn't really know this, is that meron itong expression in the national budget. Where did we see this? One, in the increase of funds for the PNP. Meron actually in the first half of the Duterte administration ng funds for the anti-drug war. And this is not for rehabilitation services. This is not for community-driven efforts to help rehabilitate drug pushers and drug users. Ito ay para actually sa drug war. So merong mga, in the past, siguro at least 1 billion pesos that went into a specific line item called Oplan Double Barrel. At nandoon yun sa General Appropriations Act. Some senators have tried to strike down. I believe, if I remember correctly, that was Senator Risa Ontiveros who tried to delete that line item. Kasi if there's a line item in the national budget, then that line item for the drug war can be augmented, meaning hindi siya magsistay lang sa level na 1 billion which was allocated by and proposed by the executive branch at that point in time. Bukod doon, we also know of the doubling of the base pay of the salaries of the military and uniform personnel. So nakikita natin din yan sa national budget. And that's the reason why under the current administration, the PNP and the AFP received one of the highest budget increases among all government agencies. And maraming analysts kagaya namin na nagsasabi na this actually distorted the salary standardization schedule of the government. So kasabay yan, hindi lang nung drug war, kundi nung malawakang red tagging, and it started during the imposition of martial law in Mindanao after the Marawi siege. Pangatlo rin na nakita namin doon sa national budget is actually investments for populist policies. Although the free tuition law was actually popular kasi syempre marami magbe-benefit doon na ng mga college students. The fact is this is fiscally unsustainable, and hindi lahat ito nagagastos ng SHED. Yun, pagdating doon sa budget, I talked about what the budget looked like. Isang malaking problema rin is yung actual na spending ng mga government agencies. Like I said, there are massive investments, massive budgetary allocations for DPWH and DOTR. Pero hindi nila nagagamit ng maayos, hindi nila nagagamit efficiently ang kanilang budget. So marami dyan either nag-revert sa treasury or natitenga sa kanilang mga accounts. So much so that the Commission on Audit said DPWH and DOTR were unable to accomplish their mandate. So yun yung nakita namin na trends and patterns kung saan napunta ang malalaking increases, and basically how the budget priorities was structured under the Duterte administration. Kung meron mang increases for education, for health, for social services, these are actually marginal compared doon sa increases na napunta sa infrastructure, sa mga patronage-driven projects na sobrang laki, the amount of which is so unprecedented, lalong-lalo na yung nasa 2022 national budget. As well as budgets that favor the police and the military. But ayun nga, ang nag-sacrifice doon, lalong-lalo na ngayong 2022 kahit na we're trying to recover from the pandemic, hindi pa rin naging priority yung education, health, and social protection.
Yeah, and that went on till, like you mentioned, even during the first few years of the pandemic, right? Like we saw as the Congress deliberated on the budget and crafted it, the priorities were still very much heavy on the uniform personnel, defense and security.
Yes.
Of course, also still big allocation going to intelligence funds. No? But on the flip side of that question, on the other side, so knowing the state of how the budget was crafted over the past 6 years, its priorities and how that affected, of course, government services, what should a next incoming administration prioritize when it tries to recover from the pandemic, as you mentioned, and also handle some of the effects of how the budget was crafted?
Yeah. I'll begin answering this question by talking about the debt and the deficit. Kasi that's the primary fiscal issue that the next administration will inherit from the Duterte administration. Like I said, ang narrative kasi is the debt and the deficit only climbed because of the pandemic kasi nagkulang basically ang revenues, and so the government had to borrow to be able to fund the pandemic response. But that is not true. The debt and the deficit have been climbing prior to the pandemic, and it's because of infrastructure development. Is that wrong? Is that a wrong priority? Hindi naman. Pero ang sinasabi natin, yung pagdating sa spending ng budgetary allocations for infrastructure, doon nagkakaroon ng problema. So parang ang nangyayari, umuutang tayo, pero hindi nagagamit yung pera, natitenga, nababalik sa treasury, so hindi nagbe-benepisyo yung ordinary citizens. So ano yung kailangan gawin ng next administration. So hindi lang kasi revenue management ang problema na kakaharapin ng susunod na administration, kundi yung what you already said about the budget priorities. But basically fixing the priorities so that the expenditures listed in the succeeding national budgets, particularly those that relate to economic recovery, better pandemic response, and social protection, or yung tinatawag nating ayuda, ma-reflect doon sa national budget. Pangalawang punto is in the immediate term, there is a huge challenge of funding all of those social protection, education, and health programs that I have been mentioning in the last few minutes. This is because in the current 2022 national budget, there's about 250 billion pesos worth of programs, activities, and projects for health, education, and social protection that are basically unfunded. Nakapark ito sa portion ng budget na tinatawag na unprogrammed appropriations. Now, what is the unprogrammed appropriations? The unprogrammed appropriations is basically that entire portion of the budget that doesn't have guaranteed source of financing. Kung iisipin natin sa ordinaryong tao, para itong blank check that Congress issued to the executive branch. But actually, wala namang katapat na cash cover para magastusan. Ano-ano yung mga projects na iyon? At ito ang immediately magiging problema by July 1 ng susunod na presidente. These are funds for the payment of the compensation and benefits of healthcare workers, yung mga frontliners natin na ilang buwan nang hindi nakukuha ang kanilang mga benefits. Last year, in fact, nagpo-protesta na sila kasi hindi nila nakukuha kung ano yung mga additional benefits and bonuses na dapat nilang natatanggap. Nandoon iyon sa portion na iyon ng national budget. Isa pang example ng napunta doon, budgets for COVID-19 laboratory materials. So imagine, hindi pa completely natatapos ang pandemya, pero yung budget allocation para sa mga ganitong klase ng expenditures in order to boost the public health response to the pandemic ay walang guaranteed funding. What else is there? The budgets of DepEd. Kasama dito yung regular budget ng operations ng DepEd, meaning operations ng elementary, junior, and senior high schools. These budgets used to be lodged in the regular budgets of the Department of Education, but then in the last stretch of budget legislation, for some reason, the bicameral conference committee just decided to basically bump it off the regular appropriations, which has guaranteed funding, and put it in that portion of the budget na contingent on excess revenues or new revenue collection. So, syempre mahirap mag-generate ng excess and new revenues kapag ganitong kinakaharap natin ay isang crisis. Nandoon din yung budgets for programs like ayuda, additional fuel subsidies. And lastly, I also mentioned a while ago the problem with the pattern of expenditure prioritization that basically favors the police and the military. In the long term, in the medium to the long term, napakalaking problema ng unreformed pension system ng AFP. This is because tumaas ang na-double yung salaries ng police and ng military under this administration. At dahil doon, dahil merong tinatawag na pension indexation law, ang AFP, yung basically sweldo ng isang active uniform personnel, yun din yung makukuhang sweldo ng retired personnel. Yung estimate ng GSIS, it will require some 800 billion pesos every year for the national government to fund. Kasi ang pension system ng ating AFP ay hindi contributory, kagaya ng pension system ng civilian government. So, if you sum that up into yung estimate namin kung siguro in over a 5-year, 6-year period or an entire term of the next the next administration, yung equivalent requirement no, just for the pension of the AFP will be equivalent to one national budget. Our budget for 2022 is 5 trillion pesos. So kung i-multiply lang natin yan under one presidency, aabot ng ganong range. And if that is unreformed, it is a huge fiscal issue that cannot be kept under the rug. Kailangan siyang itackle head-on. And of course, we know that this is a very highly sensitive, this is a controversial and very political issue as well for the next administration. So yun yung basically short, medium, and long-term fiscal problems na kakaharapin ng susunod na administration. Dahil sa uri ng budget prioritization, revenue management and expenditure management ng Duterte government.
Right. Zaiza, so yeah, again, we were talking about the Duterte legacy, and I think, John, all the points that you raised about, Jaguar and everything, that's definitely reflected in the budget, no? Just also for some context and perspective, Zaiza, correct? You said 800 billion every year for pension?
Yes.
And
yes, 800 billion every year.
Yes, and let's say, just looking at the last budget, for example, if we're talking about the budget that was given to the DOH, it was 188.3 billion. So 8 times the budget, almost 8 times. You do the math. Almost 8 times.
Actually, if I may add, that's close to the amount of NTA, the ERA that's distributed, that's downloaded to thousands of LGUs. Kasi yung ERA, almost 950 billion pesos. So imagine the budgetary requirement in succeeding years. Na ganito na, andito na tayo sa level ng debt na 12.6 trillion pesos. So kung hindi yan maayos na susunod na administrasyon,
I guess, Zaiza, yeah. I guess my next question would be, okay, so if this is the magnitude of the problem or the challenge that crafting the budget will entail, whose candidates' proposals are best suited to fix the issue, the many issues that you mentioned?
I think so far among the presidential candidates, and I've watched them noong mga debates. Ang medyo well-versed sa national budget is, of course, Senator Lacson and VP Leni Robredo. Si Senator Lacson, of course, he's been scrutinizing the budget as well, but he has never mentioned about the pension issue. He has raised some proposals with respect to participatory budgeting, but nothing as comprehensive in terms of economic recovery. Si VP Leni, siya yung may comprehensive na proposal with respect to coming up with pandemic responsive and people-centered budgets. Meron siyang very specific programs. Why do these specific programs matter when we're talking about the budget? Hindi siya nagbibigay ng amount for certain programs, but some of them, like for education, she said she wanted to invest 6% of the GDP, which is supposedly the UN recommended budgetary level of spending for education. Nagmamatter yung mga ganitong klaseng breakdown and specificities on the program because planning and budgeting are actually very much linked. Hindi ka pwedeng makapag-budget na titingin ka lang sa basically titingin ka lang sa langit, naisip mo bigla may program. No. The president needs to know who the beneficiaries are, ilan ba talaga sila, what kind of projects will be responsive to their needs, and from there, come up with budgetary assumptions. So that is why I say, even if VP Leni Robredo never came up with very specific figures, meron siyang very comprehensive platform of governance, meron siyang very specific economic recovery agenda, at mas madaling mag-budget kapag meron kang ganon kakongkretong plataforma. I want to point out that the next president, whoever it may be, actually has about a month or so window to restructure the proposed national budget of the current administration. Yung budget preparation kasi tuwing merong transition in government power, the first phase of budget preparation, papatapos na yan under the current administration. But the budget will be submitted already by the new administration. Pero before siya i-submit ng paparating na administration, merong window yan na about a month. About a month or so. Kasi ang constitutional deadline for submitting the National Expenditure Program is 30 days after the SONA. So, kung ang presidential candidate ang presidential candidate na mananalo ay isang presidential candidate na may klarong objective, may klarong vision kung ano ang gusto niyang gawin para sa Pilipinas, then mas madaling gamitin and take that opportunity to use that very short window of time to immediately make an impact. Kasi kung walang plano, yung presidential candidate, halimbawa, lagi natin naririnig si Marcos Jr., unity yung sinasabi niya. Kapag ganyan yung sinasabi niya at very sparing yung detalye tungkol sa mga specific na programs na gusto niyang i-implement, maghihintay pa tayo ng isa pang national budget na i-prepare. So, ibig sabihin, maghihintay pa ba tayo hanggang 2023 para ma-prepare yung budget? Kailan mali-legislate at mai-implement yung budget na i-prepare ng government for 2023? So, importante, 2022 pa lang, pagpasok pa lang ng bagong administration, meron sana tayong presidente na alam ang gusto niyang gawin. Para by January 2023, when the budget gets legislated, hopefully at the end of this year, meron agad na i-implement. At yung sinabi ko rin kanina, isang malaking bagay rin yung alam ng susunod na presidente kung paano gumalaw ang national budget, na iintindihan niya ano exactly ang diferensya ng sources of finance and expenditure. Yun yung parating nako-conflate ng ating mga presidential candidates, except of course kay VP Leni Robredo at saka kay Senator Ping Lacson.
Zaiza, John Nery here, if I may. So the new president will be sworn in on June 30. The State of the Nation address is the fourth Monday of July. And you're saying that the new president has 30 days after that to submit. So essentially like almost 2 months, right? But even if the new president revises the budget proposal, that's not enough to diffuse this fiscal time bomb that you're describing, right? My question is, under the best circumstances, how much time does the next administration have to diffuse this time bomb? Is it possible to do it within 6 years or much less than 6 years?
Okay, that's actually a tough question and a very challenging one for the next administration. But I'd like to talk about the ticking time bomb in terms of what the next president will immediately face. Yun nga yung walang sources of revenue. Mm-hmm. But with respect to revising the national budget, that's very much possible. Kasi all it takes actually is the president to instruct the new cabinet secretaries to take a look at the budget again. And I said it's almost 2 months. I said basically a month or so kasi merong 2 weeks yan to print the National Expenditure Program. Budget priorities are basically political decisions. So yung dito sa pagdating na administration, yung short-term needs, merong opportunity agad to begin to make an impact kung gagawin siya ng tama. But with respect to the long-term fiscal problems and fiscal challenges that we face right now, yun yung kakailanganin ng mas mahabang oras or perhaps an entire administration. Ideally sana ma-reform yung yung pension system ng AFP kasi isa 'yon sa mga sa malalaking fiscal problems natin, and also bringing down the debt and the deficit. Ang importante kasi doon, this doesn't require only yung aayusin natin yung revenue management. Ang critical din kasi dito is fixing the expenditure side or yung paggastos mismo ng government agencies. Kasi hindi pwedeng hindi i-fast track at hindi ayusin ng next administration yung capacity to implement and capacity to do procurement. Because the problem with respect to our finances and the budget is not just numero. Ang problema dito yung yung absorptive capacity talaga ng agency. So unless ayusin siya ng susunod na administration together with revising the budget priorities, mahihirapan talaga. Pero I'm positive na if it's a whole range of public financial management reforms pursued by the next administration, I think there is a huge chance that we can bring down the debt and the deficit.
Yeah, budget. Another issue that's raising the stakes of this election, John. You called it a ticking time bomb, really, and I think that's really apt. Thank you so much, Zaiza Suzara, who is the Executive Director of iLead. It's 6:01 p.m. and polls are set to close in about an hour. Let's check back with Jules Young in our Community Corner.
Laki na problema.
And welcome back to Community Corner, where we talk about anything and everything about how communities move on the ground in this very crucial presidential elections. Good evening, everyone. I'm Jules Giang, Rappler's Head of Community. We have less than an hour left before precincts close at 7 p.m. So please, if you haven't voted yet, please exercise your vote. Every vote counts. We enjoin everyone to please use our hashtags online, hashtag We Decide, hashtag PHVote, and hashtag PHVoteWatch. And also please bookmark Rappler's election coverage site. That's ph.rappler.com. And as soon as votes are transmitted tonight, after the polls will close by 7 p.m., you can see those votes coming in real time in our interactive site. Anyway, for this segment, we'll be featuring some of the trending stories and compelling initiatives surrounding our communities. And so what we'll do in this segment is issues-based again. It's very important that as we decide in any elections, it must be based on specific standards. That's why we have with us tonight Rance Calderon, the project director of hashtag Vote for SDGs from the 2030 Youth Force in the Philippines Incorporated. Good evening to you, Rance.
Hi, good evening, Jules.
All right, welcome to the program. We also have JB Garganera, the National Coordinator of Alianza Tigil Mina and a member of iDefend. JB, good evening. All right, so let's proceed. Rance, let's talk about
Jules.
Good evening, good
To
evening.
all the audience. Sorry about that.
That's fine. All right, let's talk about the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. For a trivia, actually, I used the SDGs as my basis when I voted this morning together with my family. But for the benefit of our viewers, Rance, ano ba itong SDGs na ito?
The SDGs, or the Sustainable Development Goals, or what we call the 2030 Agenda, is what we call a blueprint to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all, according to the United Nations. Last 2015, latter 2015, it was written and agreed upon by 190 plus nations. And then after the Millennium Development Goals, come 2016, ito na yung blueprint natin on sustainability, and it will go up until the year 2030. Kaya siya tinawag the 2030 Agenda. It's 17 Sustainable Development Goals that comprises on people, planet, peace, prosperity, and partnerships, to summarize what the SDGs is all about.
Thank you so much, Rance. JB, in the past 90 days, have you seen any plans of particularly the presidential bets with regard to your particular advocacy, which is environment? Kasi if you link that to the SDGs, Rance, tama, di ba, it will fall on the planet pillar. So those are SDGs 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. So climate action, life below water, life on land, etc. To our viewers, you can Google those, the SDGs. Very colorful boxes, but very very interesting to use as our standards. JB, going back, looking back in this last 3 months, the last 90 days, meron bang umangat na kandidato na sa tingin mong may potential that could really carry on the Envi platform?
Yeah. Well, surprisingly, we didn't get that much traction in interacting with candidates, particularly on the environment agenda. However, we do have 2 candidates who specifically came up with their green agenda. So only 2 candidates came out, and there was some interaction on a green covenant signing. The environmental groups had both non-partisan and partisan engagements in this campaign. So I could sum it up in one sentence: we're disappointed in a time of climate crisis and one after another of natural disasters, all related to climate and environment. Seems the candidates have a low priority for environment and climate justice. But yes, there were some initiatives. We're particularly happy with 2 very progressive candidates who came out and said, look, we're willing to sit down and have an agenda and even sign a covenant with the environmental groups.
Okay, very interesting, JB, kasi Rance from the 2030 Youth Force in the Philippines led this hashtag Vote for SDGs. So, Rance, could you give us a quick background about this Vote for SDGs? And you could already talk about if were there any candidates who really prioritize the environment in their platforms, if any?
Yes. Actually, the Vote for SDGs campaign, it was an idea last 2019. And then I led it recently. It started with a consultation to come up with the SDG Youth Agenda. It is a 10-point issue-based agenda based on socioeconomic issues, education, environment, energy, etc. And then makikita niyo yung SDGs agenda on our website. I can just give it later on. Makikita nyo dun yung mga pinag-usapan ng mga kabataan for the past starting July of last year. So, after the SDGs agenda, part of the Vote for SDGs campaign is to score the candidates, presidential and vice presidential candidates, in terms of their SDG advocacy. We scored them using stars and had run it into an inter-rater agreement. So, hindi ito averaging lang naman nag-scores. Ito ay pinag-diskusyonan ng mga researchers, mga volunteer researchers natin sa 2030 Youth Force. And yung mga nag-score din dito at mga nag-code ay nag-diskusyon kung tugma ba yung mga score nila. So, partly an overview kung paano natin in-score yung scorecard. No star is the candidate has no history or whatever projects, programs, or hindi man lang niya nabanggit ang SDG in any other interviews, debates, etc. One star is the candidate had no history of projects. However, binanggit niya yung SDG as a platform. No, yung 2 stars naman ay mayroon siyang mga history before pero hindi masyado niyang binanggit during this campaign ang platform niya on SDG, pero meron siyang project before. Ang 3 stars naman ay checking all the boxes na may history siya on projects before and meron din siya sinasabi during this campaign about SDGs. And I agree on what Sir JD said earlier. Using the SDG scorecard, dalawa lamang sa presidential candidates ang nakascore ng 3 stars on climate action specifically, the SDG 13. So, tumutugma yung idea ng environment clause na sinasabi ng presidentiables natin sa sinabi ni Sir JD kanina dun sa SDG scorecard.
Okay. So, GB, in this case, I have observed personally na nag-increase naman kahit papano yung interest ng civil society pagdating sa environment. But what else can we do as a society to make sure that everyone is involved in this movement for climate action? So, parang what's your outlook in the next few years, especially we are entering a new administration?
Yeah, well, that largely depends on who will emerge as victorious.
Yeah.
You know, sa mga environmentalists, this next administration, this 6 years, is if we are not able to choose the right leader, we will be wasting these 6 years. Kasi ito na lang yung very critical time for us to come up with policies, programs, and budgets that will address climate issues and of course pursue environmental and ecological proper management. What can we do at several levels? And I can start with the individual. You know, starting with yourself, read a little, understand things better. Yung what are SDGs, what are the pillars, and then yung simpleng pakikipag-usap. And for adults, you talk to your children, they probably are more knowledgeable about this climate crisis and environmental issues than us, 40 years old and above. Second, there are a lot of organizations and engagements. Your church, your social club might be in one way or another involved in recycling, and all your institutions, people waste segregation to actually cutting on your meat consumption. So at the individual level. But I would like to emphasize this. Much as we would like to comply with SDGs and aspire, kahit lahat magkaisa-isa individually, but if the systemic causes of this climate crisis, when corporations control our environmental policies, or hindi tayo umalis sa ating addiction sa fossil fuel, or if we do not change yung materialistic lifestyle and this growth paradigm ng ating economy, we are not gonna get out of this trap ng climate crisis natin. So looking forward, we would like an administration that has a serious look on what it wants to do comply with our commitments sa international agreements like Paris, bababaan natin ang ating pagdudumi sa hangin at sa tubig natin. We will be serious in implementing our environmental laws and environmental protection. And mind you, we firmly believe, and I think sila Rance witnessed this, it takes a woman with serious political commitment and with balls to actually implement our environmental laws. We
Yeah.
had the taste of that in the early years of this Duterte administration. We would like to have more of that. Serious elected and appointed officials na naintindihan yung kanilang ginagawa but also papanindigan yung dapat panindigan.
Yeah.
At gagawin yung tama dahil yun yung kailangan ng susunod na henerasyon.
Yeah, JB, I want to chime in doon sa laws, environmental laws that you mentioned. I remember way back in undergrad in my environmental governance class, we were taught na we have one of the best environmental laws, not only in the region but in the world. But the impact still envi-wise in the Philippines is very dreadful. So obviously it's on the implementation of the laws on the executive side. So whoever wins in this election later in a few minutes matatapos na taas anxiety, in a few minutes matatapos na ang eleksyon at papasok na magta-transmit na rin itong mga VCMs, magkakaroon na ng transmission. So somehow by tomorrow we'll see kung may leading candidate na So whoever that person will be, siguro this question is for both of you. On the implementation side, JB, how do you plan to engage with government? Kasi at the end of the day, sila yung decision makers dito So how do we engage with them? And for Rans, from the youth sector, especially that you created this Vote for SDGs scorecard, and then the Youth Force, the 2030 Youth Force has been very active din naman in the youth sector. How will you position the youth sector in pushing for the SDGs? Especially, we only have 8 years left before the deadline of the SDGs. JB, go ahead first and then Rans.
Sige. Yeah, well, let's limit it to the two top contenders in the surveys. If the top contender, which is a Marcos, let's name names eventually. If Marcos wins, a lot of us in the environmental movement do not believe that he will pursue a sound environmental and crisis and a climate emergency policy or program. In fact, we are afraid that with the policy pronouncements he made, at least in some interviews, we would have wanted him to name some arguments in a debate, but we are afraid that with all the news and all the coverage on the limited as it is, he does not have a sound environmental and climate crisis policy that will be appropriate doon sa type and nature ng crisis that we are facing. So, I use the word engagement. There's a whole spectrum ng engagement of the word, from actually engaging them in a productive debate, policy development, and actual implementation, to an actual engagement on the streets. We will hold leaders accountable to their promises. And I've said, dalawa lang yung pumirma sa covenant or nag-indicate na ito yung gagawin nila. We will hold those candidates, whether national or local, accountable. On the other hand, should the number 2 contender, and that's Leni Robredo, should she win, we have a lot of confidence and optimism kasi may konsepto ng People's Council And the promise has been made that if a Robredo administration is ushered in, communities, affected communities, the essential being of this show, we want to community corner to be, we want communities to have a voice and a face in the table. Yun ang promise, and we're going to hold, should the Robredo administration win, we are going to hold her to that. There has to be Robredo People's Council in the major departments, and the Robredo People's Council will have a legitimate voice in defining, in implementing, in monitoring, and exacting accountability from the government. At hindi kami magiging ilusyonado. Should the Robredo presidency win, and there are a lot of gaps, at tatalikuran o tatraydorin yung Green Covenant, we will not mince words and we will not hold our punches. We will hold the government accountable. But that's another story. Ang mahalaga that we have finished the democratic process and we are looking forward that the genuine and truthful sentiments of the people happens and is articulated in the next 12 hours.
All right, JB will have a quick pause muna, Rans. We have a breaking news, so I'll bring this back to Sofia to interview Jairo, who is currently in Teachers Village, Quezon City, in the voting precinct in Quezon City. There's a situation there. Sofia, over to you.
Now and trust the system, trust the process, and trust the teachers here na makaboto na sila yung mangangalaga at mag-guard doon sa mga balota. Pero until now, so far nakikita natin consensus dito sa mga voters natin ay nagkaroon sila ng parang listahan na mga willing mag-wait or willing to wait na voters hanggang maayos na yon at makaboto sila at magkakaroon ng parang representative from the voters here and from the PPCRV na magbabantay sakali mang yung chairman na or yung BI na yung magpapasok ng kanilang balota. So, tutukan pa rin natin yung patuloy na pagtutok natin dito sa kaguluhan na ito sa Barangay Teachers Village East. Tumutok lang po sa aming Rappler channels at abangan pang update namin sa mga susunod na oras. Ako po si Jairo Boliedo, Rappler, Quezon City.
That was Jairo Boliedo in Quezon City. He was reporting from Teachers Village. So initial reports are telling us that people are threatening to force their way upstairs if the replacement vote counting machine won't arrive by 6:30 p.m. So for those of you who are tuning in just now, the polling precinct in Teachers Village is one of the precincts that are experiencing the problem of what seems to be the big problem of the day. Some vote counting machines are malfunctioned, and of course this pushed back voting. So the lines were long. People, of course, feeling the heat of the election, they are very much proactive and on guard, and want to cast their ballots themselves. So, okay, so yes, here on screen right now, you're seeing, so this took place earlier in Teachers Village. The voters are arguing already with one another. Again, over the issue of not being able to cast their ballot yet. But we had Attorney Emil Marañon earlier. Attorney Emil is an election lawyer. He made a very important point about, let's take a step back and remember that you still need to cast your vote. So while emotions are running high, and
we've been here since 8 in the morning.
Okay, let's listen to this.
At 8 in the morning, 2 precinct clusters. So yung 2 VCM machines out of 4 have not been working. Ang explanation po nila is that a technician will arrive at 11 to check the machines. Actually, 1 p.m. pala, sorry. The technician arrived at 11, wala siyang dalang equipment, wala siyang dalang replacement machine. Chinek daw niya ang SD card and said that he will come back with a replacement SD card. Up till now, we are still waiting po for the replacement. It is now 6:16. Wala pa rin pong machines. The third precinct cluster machine, VCM, has stopped working. So only 1 out of 4 is working now. So kahit ipilit po namin na ipasok sa ibang VCM machine yung ballots namin, we're afraid na we will not make it to the vote. Ngayon, kinausap po namin yung chairwoman sa taas. Ang training daw po at ang mandate ng COMELEC is that past 7 p.m., only the chairwoman is allowed to feed the ballots into the machine. Only the chairwoman is allowed to feed the ballots into the machine after 7 p.m. po. So yun po yung final na say.
Okay, so with us right now is Jairo Boliedo, who is still in Teachers Village. Jairo, please tell us what's happening. What do you see?
Yeah, thank you, Sophia. We're currently here at sa Barangay Teachers Village East dito sa Quezon City at nasa likuran pa rin natin yung mga nagkakagulong residente nitong barangay na to. 6 a.m. pa lang, nakapila na sila dito sa presinto na ito, dito mismo sa kanilang barangay hall. Pero until now, less than 30 minutes before the precincts close at 7 p.m., wala pa sa one-third or hindi pa mabigay na mismo PPCRB o ng mga teachers na nandito kung ilan yung nakakaboto. Pero kung pagbabasihan natin yung mga gumagana lang na presinto, meron 3 cluster dito na available for the voters pero isang cluster lang yung gumagana kasi sa 3 VCMs na nandito, isang VCM lang or voting counting machine yung gumagana. Kaya naman, medyo nanggagalaiti na yung mga residente dito kasi until now, hindi pa rin sila binabalikan ng election officer, hindi pa rin sila binabalikan ng representative ng COMELEC para i-update sila kung darating pa ba yung replacement na SD card. In fact, meron tayong isang residente na nakausap kanina at isang representative ng PPCRB. Sabi nila, meron naman daw pumunta kaninang COMELEC officer dito or representative. But until now, wala pa rin update. At mukhang hindi na nga makakabalik yung SD card dito. So medyo nanggagalitin sila and until now, frustrated sila kasi yun nga, magsa 7 p.m. na, magsasarado na yung presinto at nagkakaroon ng kaguluhan dito kasi medyo tahimik yung mga teachers na nandito. Hindi sila masyadong kumikibo with the residents and hindi natin alam kung ano yung mga intervention so far na binigay nila pero malinaw sa atin na yung representatives of the voters ay nagkaroon na ng dialogue with the teachers and barangay officials dito sa Barangay Teachers Village East.
Jairo, just some quick questions. Do you know how many voters are affected?
Yeah, base sa pagkarinig natin kanina, not less than 2,000 yung voters na affected dito. So kung pagbabasihan natin yon, wala pa sa 1,000 yung nakakaboto. So majority pa rin talaga ng mga voters dito ay hindi pa nakakaboto. So medyo talagang nagmamadali na sila kasi makikipaghabulan sila sa 7 p.m. deadline na paparating na in only a few minutes. But until now, wala pa rin order sa ating likuran, walang pila, hindi malinaw kung bababa dito yung mga balota or papaakyatin sila sa taas. So until now, medyo karamihan ng mga residents dito ay clueless na or parang hindi pa rin malinaw sa kanila kung ano yung maging resolution dito sa problem nila na ito.
Jairo, so combination ito ng voters who have shaded their ballots but have yet to feed it into the vote counting machines and then some also who haven't had the chance to fill out the ballot at all. Tama ba?
Not exactly, Sophia, kasi itong mga residente nito, kaya nag-pile up sila dito, kaya nag-flux sila dito, kasi ayaw nila pumayag na bumoto sila without the working voting counting machine. So, lahat na nandito ay mga hindi talaga nakaboto kasi those people who are from the working precincts, yung presinto na may gumaganang VCM, nakaboto na sila peacefully, nakaalis na sila. But ito, yung general consensus ng mga tao dito, hindi sila boboto unless nakita nila personally na sila yung magpapasok ng balota nila or may gumaganang VCM because they don't want to trust their ballots sa ibang mga officials na nandito. So lahat sila hindi pa nakakaboto.
Right. So 6:35 p.m. Ano naman yung response ng election workers doon? Kasi diba, based on COMELEC rules, technically those voters are considered being inside the precinct. So when the polls close at 7 p.m., technically they will still be able to vote because they're inside.
Yes, Sophia. Ayon sa election code, lahat ng voters within the 30mm radius, if I'm not mistaken, will be entertained pa rin past 7 p.m. So kanina nakausap natin yung DESO, yung District Education Supervisor Officer ng DepEd na representative dito, parang pinaka-chief ng mga election officer from the teachers. Sabi niya naman, actually, kanina pa nila sinasabi sa mga voters na bumoto na nga sila kahit wala pa rin voting counting machine. Pero yun nga, medyo nagmamatigas talaga yung mga residente dito at of course, we understand that because they want na pangalagaan yung boto nila. Isa sa mga nakausap natin kanina, first-time voter, at sabi niya, ayaw niya nga daw parang sumaga or parang ayaw niya parang i-risk rather yung kanyang boto. Kaya gusto niya talaga personally makita yun.
Pero kagaya nga ng sinabi ni Attorney Mil kanina, emotions are running high. It's, people are, instead of being paralyzed really by what's happening in front of you, don't forget that today is really all about casting your vote. So again, Jairo, the two choices that voters have is to leave their ballot there for it to be part of the batch feeding by the Board of Election Inspectors, or to feed the ballot themselves. Now, if you leave it, and you let the election worker feed the ballot for you into the vote counting machine, it will still be counted. Yeah, so again, emphasis on being able to cast your vote, no? Because it's 6:87 p.m.
Yes, Sophia. Actually, yeah, the points you raised just now are the points being discussed kanina ng PPCRV na parang yung mga tao naman talaga. Since na deadline na talaga, they have to trust the system, especially na parang that's the best way for now. Kumbaga, that's the best solution for now na cast their vote no matter what. And then, just leave it to the PPCRV, especially the PPCRV because it's an independent poll, but it's an independent body naman that will somewhat safeguard the voters and of course the ballots.
Tama, may poll watchers din naman yung na-present doon. John had a question.
Yeah, Jairo, are the voters there consulting an election lawyer? Is there anyone advising them on what to do?
Yeah, actually, thank you for that question, John. Kanina, doon sa mga representatives nitong voters na to, in fact, yung kausap natin sa PPCRB, I think was a lawyer. So sabi niya kanya, lawyer siya. And then, meron ditong concerned resident din, lawyer din siya. So binasa nila yung clause, yung technicality nga ng election code. So sabi nga nila, ginagamit nila yung 30mm radius something na policy para manatili sila dito. Pero until now, medyo, especially if they're not election lawyers, I think they will not be too familiar with the nuances and technicalities of the law. So medyo chaotic pa rin until now. Narinig sa likuran ko, nagsisigawan yung mga tao. Kasi even in the presence of some legal experts, hindi pa rin talaga masolusyonan kung ano yung problema dito. Pero yun nga, general consensus ng mga independent bodies dito, katulad ng PPCRB, yun, bumoto na lang yung mga tao, and then magtiwala na lang talaga sila sa PPCRB elections.
I want to go back to the questions Sophia raised earlier. Lahat ba yan sila nakatanggap na nung ballot na isi-shade?
Yeah, good question. Good question, John. Hindi pa. So hindi pa, dahil naghihintay pa rin sila dito. This is just the holding area. Yung actual na voting area nila ay sa taas, dito sa area na ito, dyan, sa side na yan. So, para makaboto sila, kailangan nila umakyat doon. So, lahat dito na naghihintay ay hindi pa nabibigyan ng mga ballots. Kasi nga kanina, may mechanism na ginawa yung mga tao dito. Parang nangolekta sila ng mga pangalan, nilista nila yung mga pangalan ng mga voters na willing mag-wait until 7 p.m. or until what time para makaboto. So parang may mechanism nila, sa taas sila maboto. So lahat dito ay hindi pa nakakatanggap ng balota.
That's worrying to hear, no? Jairo, kasi that takes time, no? The BEIs, they have to verify your identity, your address, and so on and so forth. If you're talking of a little over 1,000 people there, that's going to take more than 30 minutes. That's really worrying. They're not even in a position to actually feed their ballots.
Jairo, can you let us know? So I think we see, there's an announcement happening behind you. Share with us what's being announced there.
Okay na po.
Let me just pass that.
Sure.
So,
Oh my God, wait. Kailangan talaga ng earphone. Kasi marinig yung Kasi naman! Kami po! Saglit, sir! Sir, saglit! Kasi may nagagalit kayo na galit kami. Kasi ito magagalit kayo mga tao. Sir! Yung pamilat ang gusto namin magsalita! Hindi mo!
Hindi yun,
Comelec.
Ang gusto namin, Comelec.
So,
Paano mo na ay
So, ang gagawin namin, i-press lang yung papaya ng mga bola.
Dapat kanina pa kayo gumawa ng aksyon.
So what will we do? We will drop our plan of doing that. So ganito na lang, since marami sa inyo ayaw doon, we cannot do anything. Pero yung mga bumabaya, yung mga like me, ako papayag na ako sa system na gano'n eh. At people the same like me, yung mga gusto, can go up. Can go up. Let's just situate na huwag tayo magkakramo. Yung mga awa, yung mga gusto kausap ng chairman o yung comment, I cannot talk to them. I cannot talk to them. So yung mga pwedeng, yung mga available sa gusto na ano, pwede na mag-talk. Okay? So, yes, Sophia, yun yung mga recent announcement dito sa Barangay Teachers Village East. So, hindi pa rin sila nagkakasundo until now. Less than 15 minutes, more than 15 minutes before the deadline, 7 p.m. deadline. Sinasuggest nito, yung nagsasalita kanina, was a representative from the barangay, while the woman beside him is a representative of the PPCRD. Ngayon, nagkakagulo pa rin yung mga tao ngayon. Pero sinasabi kasi, talaga ng mga chairman, yung barangay official and the PPCRD, kailangan nilang bumoto no matter what. Kasi pag lumagpas ng 7 p.m., hindi na sigurado kung ma-entertain pa sila. Especially kung hindi talaga sila nag-shade ng ballot. So they're suggesting those people who agreed to go up to cast their votes will be entertained right now. Since that 15 minutes na lang before magsara yung mga presinto.
But Jairo, tama ba, people are still resisting? They really want to be the ones to put their ballot into the vote counting machine?
Yes. Nag-resist sila na sila pa rin yung magpasok ng balotan.
Okay. We'll go back to Jairo in a few minutes.
The world just turned upside down for these people.
Yeah. No, actually, we'll stay with Jairo because polls are going to close in around 15 minutes. But John, what were some of your initial thoughts running through your head when you saw what was playing?
Yes, this goes back to the point raised by Dr. John Wong earlier, and also seconded by Attorney Emil. No? The lack of social capital. I mean, they wanted to hear directly from officials of the COMELEC. And we can understand why. They've been there since this morning.
Yes.
And they haven't even reached the stage where they have the actual ballot in their hands. I'm really worried about that because without that, you cannot even feed anything into the VCM.
Yeah.
And then I also heard earlier one of the spokespersons said that they did not like the idea that after 7 p.m. only the chairman of the BEI would feed the VCM, and I think they wanted to be
the ones
to be there to
themselves.
witness.
Yeah,
at the very least.
just a quick recap before we go back to Gyro. Gyro is in Teachers Village where there are, of course, people as we saw. Okay, Gyro is here. Yes, Gyro.
As of the moment, hindi pa rin sila nakakasundo and people are still resisting the suggestion of the chair of barangay officials and representative of the PPCRB na bumoto na lang and then they trust the system, trust the teachers, trust the PPCRB. Until now, nag-resist pa rin sila. Some people are calling the COMELEC chairman should be here or the chairman should be here and some COMELEC officials or representatives should be here to talk to them and explain to them kung ano dapat mangyari. At I think ang malaking problem dito is the miscommunication because hindi na alam yung technicalities ng law, hindi na ipapaliwanag sa kanila rather yung technicalities ng law kung anong mangyayari kapag hindi sila nakaboto or nakapag-shade ng ballot beyond 7 p.m. So yun, nagkakagulo pa rin dito and until now, may mga ilang taong umakit na doon sa area na yon. So yun yung mga taong pumayag, I believe na bumoto na as of the moment. But people who are still here, ay di pa rin sila resolved sa kanilang mga sarili kung papayag na ba sila doon sa sistemang binibigay sa kanila o sinasuggest sa kanila nitong mga representative ng BEIs and then ng PPCRB. Kanina nakausap natin yung isa sa mga mga parang tumayong leader na dito at parang representative nila dito. Sabi naman nila, nagbigay ng option yung chairman. Kumbaga, nag-meet halfway sila. Ang mangyayari, boboto yung mga tao, sushadean nila yung mga balot nila, pero yung BEI, yung magpapasok ng balota, pero to ensure yung transparency and then yung legitimacy ng mga ng balota na yon ay dapat merong mga representative from the PPCRB, representative from these voters, and independent poll watcher na hindi involved sa mga kahit anong politician na mag-ensure na tama yung binibigay o tama yung mga naipapasok na balota. So yun yung mechanism kanina na maliwanag na in-explain sa kanila. But until now, wala pa rin, hindi pa rin sila nagkakasundo.
I see. So, let's recap, no, Gyro. You you said no less than 2,000 voters will be will be affected by what's happening right now. But there is one vote counting machine that's working, and the voters in that polling precinct, of course, can continue voting. But in the two other precincts that are affected, some people have their ballots, have yet to put them in the vote counting machine. Other people don't have a ballot at all. And there was that agreement that they tried to come to meet halfway, have some people from that group stay and witness the ballots being fed into the vote counting machine, but no agreement yet. And just the time check, 6:50 p.m. So 10 minutes until the polls close. Okay, so we'll go back to Gyro, but right now let's go to Rambo, who is in Tondo, Manila. Rambo, what's the situation in Manila? We see a lot of people behind you. Okay.
Sir, tama po ba ito yung mga pumayag ng bumoto? Mag-shade na sila.
Okay, so again, we will go to Rambo. Just fix it when the connection is more stable there, perhaps because there's so many people surrounding the precinct. All right. We could also, let's go to Pia and Marikina. Pia, what's the situation like there? Are people affected by the malfunctioning VCMs?
Yeah, so hi Sophia, I'm right now in Santo Niño Elementary School in Marikina, and behind me is the cluster precinct number 95. Ito yung pinaka-problematic na VCM, yung VCM ng cluster na to kasi it's something in the machine is faulty such that if you put in your ballot, it keeps getting rejected or parang hindi nababasa ng machine yung ballot. So they have to keep ejecting it, putting it back again. Some people have said it's happened, they've had to do it 10 times, iba 3 times. So kaya mahaba yung pila kasi nga, di ba, it's taking long for each person to put in their ballot. Kaya nga kanina, there was an option given to the voters here na if you need to go, you can just leave your ballot and the staff will be the ones, the authorities will be the ones to insert or to feed the ballot into the VCM. Yung iba, parang okay lang sa kanila yon. So, kasi they really need to work. For them, wala daw silang choice. Pero yung iba, talagang umaangal. At sinasabi nga nila na even if they have to wait until 2 a.m. just to be able to watch their ballots being fed, they will do so. So, gano'n. Medyo nagkasagutan rin kanina between people who have been waiting since 8 a.m. and the watchers, the poll watchers, and even the teachers here. Because nga parang medyo yung wording nagka-problema. Sinabi kasi ng ilang mga teachers dito na either you wait for the ballot to be fed or parang yung term that they used was waive your right to feed the ballot yourself. So some people did not like that wording. They were like, waive my right of what? Ganyan, parang medyo miscommunication rin, right? Na parang it's like they were being told to waive the right to vote. So yun, nagkasagutan din kanina.
What was their decision, Pia? Did you get to talk to some of the voters who were affected, and what did they decide to do?
Yun. So some of them were okay with it because for them they had no choice, and some naman were really angry about that choice, and they already said that they wouldn't want to waive their right to actually feed the ballot into the machine, and they would wait for however long it would take. Kasi nga sabi nila na nakapila naman sila for hours. Why waste all of that time just to parang be scared that your ballot will not be counted or something will happen to your ballot?
Mm-hmm. Right. Pia, we'll keep you on the line, but just to zoom out a little bit, no? So we asked Dwight, our Comelec reporter, what's the latest figures on the defective vote counting machines? And he told us that around 168 vote counting machines have these defects, and around 176 SD cards also have defects. But again, just to zoom out, for some perspective, no, the 168 VCMs, that's just a fraction of the over 107,000 VCMs that are deployed today across 106,000 precincts. And there are around 1,100 VCMs, contingency VCMs. So those figures were as of 4 p.m. Pia, are there still, it's 5 minutes actually till the polls close. Are there still a lot of people who are waiting to cast their ballot? Or are waiting to even, go into the precinct and shade?
Actually, yun nga, the only cluster precinct naman dito na problematic is the 95. So that's the one with the long line. The other classrooms naman parang medyo manageable yung line, moving naman. But earlier talaga, hanggang second floor yung line sa 95. And marami pa rin nakapila doon. Parang there's still a lot of people in that particular classroom. But just really to also give clarification, this is just one VCM we're talking about, right? In this Centennial Elementary School, it's just one VCM na natatagalan yung pag-read ng ballot. There was actually a second VCM that was earlier also faulty, pero na-repair naman yun at 1:45 p.m. They were able to fix it. So, nag-shorten yung pila doon sa particular classroom na yun.
Okay, so at least, one precinct in particular affected. Pia, we'll go back to you. Right now, we'll go back to Rambo. Who is in Tondo, Manila. Hi, Rambo. So, the crowd has swelled behind you. What's happening on the ground?
Hello. Yes, we are dito sa precinct. Hindi sila katabi ko, 6 a.m. pa sila nandito, kwento nila sa akin. At hanggang ngayon naghihintay pa rin sila. Napakabagal gumalaw ng pila. At merong mga pila gumagalaw ng mabilis, pero merong ibang pila na hindi talaga gumagalaw.
So, yeah, that's Rambo, and the signal is a little bit spotty. But just some of the few things that he mentioned. Some voters have been there since 6 a.m. So it's almost 7 p.m.
Yeah, well, so here's the thing. From the system's perspective, 168 VCMs out of 107,000, that's a small fraction, right? That's not even, that's about 1/10 of 1%. But actually, 168 VCMs, if you multiply it by the number of voters affected, we're talking about hundreds of thousands of people. And many of them are still lined up and have been lined up since 6 or 8 a.m. And I think really the COMELEC cannot say, this happens all the time, this is only a fraction of the total. If you're really looking at the numbers to look at are how many voters are affected.
Yeah.
And I think that's why people are so angry.
Yeah. So and this has, of course, given way to calls to extend voting hours. So if we're looking at some latest updates, we see that the hashtag extend voting hours PH is trending on Twitter. So people, of course, are making that call. Well, according to our reports, the hashtag has gained almost 10,000 tweets. So just some information from Dwight, who is in PICC. Yes, he's our COMELEC reporter. Well, so many pressing issues, lots of questions being raised as the polls close. But the next press con of the COMELEC is still at around 8 p.m. Not so many substantial updates, except that the COMELEC has not caved on that call has not given into that call to extend voting hours. We'll look out for the 8 p.m. presser, but just to go back a little bit to some of the latest updates now. So some of the people who made that call, of course, were election watchdog Contra Daya. So they urged the Commission on Elections to extend the voting hours.
Also, Senator Kiko Pangilinan.
Yes, Senator Kiko Pangilinan as well.
Raised a concern.
Mm-hmm. But earlier this afternoon, COMELEC Commissioner George Garcia mentioned that they see no reason to extend voting hours. And I guess he's coming from the perspective, of course, of that he has that
It's just a
bigger,
fraction, yeah.
he has the bird's eye view and sees that it's 168 VCMs out of, like we mentioned, over 107,000.
But I think there's a very important loophole that these affected, frustrated, angry voters can use, and that is the provision that even if the polls close, if they are within 30 meters,
yes,
the BAIs are obliged to have them complete the voting process.
Yeah.
There is no time limit on that.
That's
so they can stay there for an hour until the 8 p.m. press conference, perhaps. I mean, that's the only thing that they can think of that they can use to hold on to that opportunity to vote.
Yeah, but speaking on that note, John, it's 7 p.m. officially 7:01 p.m., which means that which means that, of course, voting hours have officially ended for the 2022 elections. Voting itself, not over yet, because, like John said, there is that rule that is in place for this election cycle where if you are in the polling precinct or 30 meters from the entrance of the polling precinct, like Attorney Emil mentioned a while ago, you still should be given the opportunity to vote. One tricky question, though, about the technicalities of it is he mentioned 30 meters from the entrance of the precinct, but then assuming social distancing, physical distancing protocols are followed, that's how many voters. But then again, as we've seen from our reporters on the field, I don't think physical distancing is even.
That's right. I don't think that's a consideration now. Right?
It's not really a consideration. Everybody is very much waiting for the chance to cast their ballot. Some people waiting as early as 6 a.m. when the polls opened. But if you're just joining us right now, to recap a little bit, we spoke to Jairo Baliado, who was reporting from Teachers Village, where emotions are running high because there are people have waited for hours to, again, feed their ballots into the vote counting machines. They are not budging on advice from COMELEC workers and some poll watchers to leave their ballots so that the Commission on Elections election workers could feed it into the ballot later on. This isn't a new thing. This is and this isn't a new pandemic rule either. This has always been an option that's been in place for situations like this. That's one option. The other option is, of course, that they can wait. Technically, yeah, they should be able to, but I think, like what Jairo mentioned, there is that problem of miscommunication on the ground about what is allowed and what is not. And again, we will only really have more answers when the COMELEC has their press con at 7 p.m. In Marikina, where Pia was, same issue, a little bit less heated because there's only one precinct affected.
In the first place.
Okay.
That's from teachers.
Yeah. So this is the PPCRV poll watcher in Teachers Village. Let's listen in.
Huwag natin isipin na yun ang ano natin. Yun
This
ang
was earlier, of course.
default mode natin na dinadaya tayo. Merong pangyayari beyond the control of the teachers, yung COMELEC. Okay? So COMELEC lang ang makakasagot sa inyo kung kailan dadating yung SD card o kung dadating man, right? So what we can do here is what we can in our in our sphere of influence, kung ano lang yung kaya nating gawin. And we did our part na mabilang yung boto natin. That's why we're saying na you have two choices. You can wait. You can wait and then risk na baka hindi tanggapin yung boto.
Kasi hindi ko alam kung
Beyond 7 o'clock, baka hindi tanggapin and then na-zero ka. Or trust, at least put a little trust sa teachers, sa mga watchers, PPCRV watchers na they will guard yung votes nila. And then isa-isa titignan at yeah.
Just to clarify to our viewers, live po tayo sa Rappler. Meron po tayong dalawang options for the voters. Number one is to trust the PPCRV and the election.
Not only the PPCRV, but the teachers, the COMELEC, yung watchers of the party.
Yes, and then the other option is wait until 7 p.m. or beyond 7 p.m. then they vote. But someone said, ma'am, na parang maghintay daw sila, magboboto na daw sila ngayon, tapos tatawagin yung pangalan nila sa taas. Anong process po?
Parang hindi po pwede yun, ano? They will hold their votes like that. Mahirap yun kasi you cannot show it eh. Hindi mo maipapakita sa iba. Pag hawak-hawak mo, lahat dito may hawak na hindi yun possible.
So on your part, ma'am, as representative of the PPCRV, this is not, of course, your first election.
Yeah.
So your best, let's just say, solution for this.
Bring up those points. Right, so that again, you were seeing a poll watcher from PPCRV speaking in Teachers Village where voters again were very frustrated about not being able to feed their ballots themselves. Just pulling away again and looking at the bigger picture, again, yes, we see, of course, if we're looking at figures, 168 VCMs out of 107,000, but like John mentioned, thousands of voters still affected. And, we could... Yeah, so these are pictures from Tondo, and while this is just a fraction, of course, of vote counting machines that are affected, thousands of voters are still waiting, and that means, of course, that thousands of people have yet to cast their ballot. Now, John mentioned an important point earlier where of course, the COMELEC is more distant from what's happening. The commissioners, are more distant from what's happening. But then again, right, John, like you mentioned a while ago, thousands of votes can also spell results for local races.
Yeah, especially in tight or close election races, a few thousand votes can spell the difference. So.
Yeah. So we're looking at, so a while ago you were seeing some scenes from Tondo, Manila. We'll try to get back to Rambo later on because he mentioned that people were waiting there since 6 a.m.
Sa Tondo,
Okay, so this is
Manila. Nasa
a
labas
live
tayo ng
report.
Gregorio
Yeah, this is a live
Perfecto
report from
High
Rambo.
School dito sa Tondo, Manila, kung saan ang mga tao ngayon ay nakapila pa rin para bumoto. Ang mga taong nakausap natin, umabot hanggang 6 a.m. Simula 6 a.m. sila ay nakapila dito para makaboto sa Gregorio Perfecto High School sa Tondo, Manila. Kahit nalampas na ng voting hours, sila ay nakapila pa rin. Alam niyo, nagsimula tayo sa dulo ng kalsada na ito, kumausap tayo ng mga tao, sabi nila wala silang impormasyon na natatanggap, pero kinausap din natin ang mga opisyal ng COMELEC, mga volunteers, pati na rin ang mga pulis na nandito para tanungin sila kung ano ang nangyari. Ang sabi sa atin, 2 VCM, vote counting machines, sira. 2 vote counting machines, sira. Hanggang sa oras ngayon, sira pa rin daw ito, pero inaayos na ng COMELEC. Inaayos ng COMELEC kahit tapos na ang ang botohan. At ang sabi sa atin, ang mga tao dito sa harap ay hindi nabibigyan ng tamang impormasyon kung anong nangyayari. Nagtanong tayo ng mga tao dito, alam niyo ba kung ano ang nangyayari? Hindi nila alam. Pero sabi nila, willing silang maghintay para makaboto. Pinapayagan pa rin naman silang bumoto kasi before 7 p.m. nakapila na sila. Kung makikita nyo, dire-diretso pa ang daloy ng tao dito sa Tondo, sa Manila. Ang aga nila nandito pa. Meron dito 6 a.m. nandito na. Meron dito 9 a.m. nandito na. Ilang oras na kanilang binabad dito sa ilalim ng mainit na araw. At ngayon, gabi na, hindi pa rin sila nakakaboto. Ito po, para sa mga taong nanonood ngayon pa lang, ay sa labas ng Gregorio Perfecto High School sa Tondo, sa Manila. Sa labas ng Gregorio Perfecto High School sa Tondo, Manila. Ang mga tao naman, hindi pa naman sila nagsisigawan, wala pa namang galit, wala pa namang protesta dito. Kung mailalarawan ko sa inyo kung ano ang nararamdaman ng mga tao dito, pagod. Pagod sila. Sawang-sawa na sila na maghintay, pero hindi sila nanlalaban. Hindi sila nagrereklamo ng malala. Meron tayo nakita mga tao nakahiga kanina, meron rin tayo nakita mga tao nakaupo na kasi nakasubsub na sa kanilang mga paa kasi ayaw na rin nilang mangalay, mangawit, katatayo. Kasi nga, 6:00 pa lamang nandito na sila. Pero ngayon pa lamang gumagalaw ng ganito kabilis ang pila kung kailan tapos na ang oras ng botohan. Alam niyo, bago tayo makarating dito, ang haba na ng pila. Nakita na natin sa social media, marami nagre-reklamong presidente dito sa Maynila na ganito ang sitwasyon dito. At nang dumating tayo ng 6:00, ganito rin ang itsura ng ating nadatnan. Punong-puno ang mga kalsadang malapit dito sa Gregorio Perfecto High School at ang mga tao ay patuloy pa rin naghihintay. Alam nyo, papalala ko lang sa inyo kung sino kasama nyo ngayon. Ako si Rambo Talabong ng Rappler. Kaninang umaga ako ay nag-ikot sa Cavite. Pero ngayon, pumunta ako Maynila para makita ang sitwasyon dito at wala pa ako nakikitang ganito kalala ang pila. Merong mga precincts tayo napuntahan kaninang umaga na talagang mahaba-haba ang pila, umabot ng kalsada, pero hindi gantong level na talagang umaapaw ang mga tao sa labas ng kalsada. Pero ang mga tao dito, kahit na matagal na naghintay, kahit ilang oras na naghintay, sabi nila, gusto pa rin talaga nilang bumoto. Sayang ang boto, sayang ang pagod. Kaya patuloy pa rin silang umipila at sabi nila, sa awa ng Diyos at salamat sa Diyos, gumagalaw na ang pila.
Terrible.
Definitely not 30 meters.
No, definitely not.
Ayan. 7:11 p.m. na. 11 minutes after matapos ang oras ng botohan. Biglang bumilis ang daloy ng tao dito sa labas ng Gregorio Perfecto High School. Para sa mga kakasama pa lamang sa amin ngayon, ang problema din sa Gregorio Perfecto High School ay may 2 VCM na nasira at inayos lamang ng patapos na ang botohan. Kita naman natin na minamadali na talaga ng mga opisyal dito para ang mga tao ay makaboto kasi lampas na nga ng oras ng botohan. Pero parang walang katapusan ng pila dito sa Tondo. Ay na pa rin tayo nakatayo dito. Dumating tayo dito ng 6 o'clock, 6:30. Around 6:30 p.m. dumating tayo dito. Puno tong kalsada at hanggang ngayon, ang dami pa rin talagang tao. Ayun, ito ang latest dito sa Tondo, sa Maynila, sa labas ng Gregorio Perfecto High School. Tapos na ang oras ng botohan pero napakarami pa rin taong naghihintay para bumoto. Samahan nyo kami sa Rappler para sa patuloy namin pagre-report. Maraming salamat. Ako si Ramo Talabo.
So, that was Rambo Talabong reporting from Tondo, Manila. That gives you a picture of what you mentioned, John, about thousands of voters being affected. Again, it was just 2 vote counting machines that were defective. That's what Rambo said in the Gregorio Dagdag High School in Tondo, Manila. So you can just imagine what the situation is like in all the 166 other places where vote counting machines are defective. Of course, that's not counting the issue with the SD cards. And those 160, sorry, you were saying?
No, and I think we should also point out that really, even by the COMELEC's own standards, they have failed. They have set aside, what, 1,900?
1,100 contingency VCMs.
1,100 contingency VCMs. And you've had 168 that have proven defective. So what is that? That's like a little over 10%.
Right, looking at it from
so
another point of view.
They have a surfeit of spare VCMs. And we were assured that these VCMs were strategically pre-positioned. I mean, it's not all in Metro Manila. I mean, there's some in Mindanao and so on and so forth. Here, we're just looking at Teachers Village. You have Tondo. You have Marikina. And the replacements haven't arrived. I mean,
yeah, that's an interesting point to make. Let's go to Jairo, again in Teachers Village for some updates in that precinct.
Ito makababa yung COMELEC chair kasi siya bumiper naman ang lahat ng ballots. So sana may deputy or alam mo yun, may prepared spokesperson for such instances. Pero obviously wala. Kaya kanina pa rin nagka-clamor yung mga tao dito.
Sir, last question. Would the people accept the suggestion na boboto sila sa taas and then si chairman yung mag-ano? Kasi kanina narinig ko, I mean, it was already announced earlier, I think around 5:30, 5:45 na pagkasundoan na yun. But people are not accepting that suggestion. But how about now?
I think hindi pa rin. May iba umakyat na. Na parang, pero I think some of them are staying to check later. Pero ito, kaya na dyan, ayaw pa rin umakyat niyan. So what we're trying to do, we have volunteers here calling election lawyers, alternative lawyers para makatulong, makipag-negotiate sa taas. Kasi mahirap eh. I mean, they would say trust na lang yung COMELEC. Pero I mean, given the track record recently, sino bang may hawak, etc., etc., I don't think these people will allow it. So,
Sir, last question. Hindi mo ba pwedeng sinasuggest kanina ng mga tao na boboto sila pero mag-stay sila? Kasi yun yung gusto nila eh.
Ay, may mga ganong counter-proposal from volunteers also. Like yung mga poll watchers ng ibang party. Ang mahirap po kasi dito, yung COMELEC mismo ang walang representative na bababa. So yung message, galing din sa volunteer na nag-initiate lang umakyat, bababa. So I think that's something na kailangan ma-address agad kasi 7:15 na as we speak. Wala pa rin nangyayari. So, yun siya. Yeah, pero ako personally, I think we have to find other recourse para mas ensure yung transparency.
At yun naman sir ang gusto ng lahat, diba?
Yeah.
Kaya naman sila bumoto, basta mag-stay sila.
Yeah. Yan ang ano nung iba. Pero yung iba, gusto nila, once they vote, they get their own receipt.
So yung iba, sir, would you say majority ba gusto pagka-vote nila pasok sa BCM? Yun ba yung gusto?
Yeah.
Kaya
sila nagsistay dito. Kasi I think, I got word, as of 540 kanina, nasa 500 pa lang yung votes eh. That's less than half of the, so yun ang nilalaban na namin dito.
Tama, sir, di ba less than 2,000 voters?
Yeah. I think nasa 1.5, 1.4, ganun lang. Pero, yeah, unti pa lang yung nakaboto kasi 1 out of 3 lang yung gumagana sa taas. Yan siya. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, so that was Jairo. Still no compromise reached on the issue. And we just heard who Jairo was speaking to saying more or less 2,000, 1,500 voters are affected by the situation. Okay. So, let's listen to this.
Bakit hindi po ganun? Kasi it fulfills the law.
Pero yun po kasi, ako paparating ko lang po yung sinabi ng chairman. Yun po kasi yung stand naman.
Alam na po kaya ng chairman yung ganong...
Ipapatating ko po yung sinabi ng chairman para baka naman siya naman ang bumabang dito sa pag-aralan ng bagay. So, ang suggestion nyo, hawakan po talaga.
Hawakan namin, tapos pag kami magbibigay kay chairman.
Si chairman po mag-pay.
Oo, pakanood na.
So saan po sila? Ma'am, good evening po from Rappler. Live po tayo ngayon sa aming FB page. Ma'am, paano po ang mangyayaring sistema? Boboto po sila, hawakan nila yung balota nila until dumating po yung working VCM.
Sandali lang po muna. Sa ngayon po, ang ibinigay sa akin ng aming chairman na si Miss Gloria G. De La Cruz po ay pabobotohin po yung nandito po sa 30 meters po na siguro naman po hindi na po tayo pwede magpapasok po ng sila kasi magpas na po sa oras. So, papapabotohin pa po sila. Ngayon po, pagkaboto po nila, ang stand po kanina ni chairman, ang sabi niya po, ipapasa sa kayo, ipapasa po sa balot, sa temporary ballot box.
Nakapile up po?
Opo, nakapile po. Nakatago po ng ganyan, na nanonood po, nandun po lahat, binabantayan ng PPCRB, together with the poll watchers po. So, hindi po muna hawakan ng chairman yun. Tapos pagdating po naman ng BCM, nandiyan po yung BCM action yun, pero may problema po tayo sa ating mga SD cards. So, pagdating po ng COMELEC po at naibigay ng SD cards, siya na po ang i-aayos po muna namin. Siyempre, may mga preliminaries din po yung ating BCM. So, after po ng preliminaries ng BCM, ipakikita po na zero ang laman ng BCM, and then we'll start with it. Ang mag-feed po, ang standing chairman ay si chairman po kasi po ibibigay sa
How about these people, ma'am? Kasi they want to personally see the ballots being inserted in the VCM. Some people are saying gusto nilang bumoto kapag nandito na mismo yung voting counting machine. But some people agreed na okay lang sa kanila, bumoto na sa taas, i-pile up. Paano po natin susolusyonan yun? Kasi dalawang general sentiment natin ngayon eh. May ibang mga nagre-resist kasi gusto nila may VCM na bago bumoto, but others followed your suggestion. How are we going to address that now?
Since mag-isa po ako ngayon, pero ang stand po kanina ni chairman po, ganun pa rin po. Papupilahin para bumoto po, pagkaboto, pagmahin po sila ng waiver na hindi na po nila, tinatanggap po nila na sila po ay bumoto, subalit hindi na lang nakikita personally yung kanilang voters receipt. Ganun po. Pagkatapos po, ibibigay po, pagkatapos bumoto, ibibigay po sa yung ballot.
Okay, so waiting a little bit for the signal to improve where Jairo is. Again, if you're just joining us right now, Jairo is reporting from Teachers Village, where around 2 vote counting machines. So 2 out of 3 are defective. Thousands of voters still waiting to vote. A few minutes ago, Jairo said only around, the person Jairo was speaking to said only around 500 people or so were able to vote. So again, just to say, okay, Jairo is back. Let's listen to him.
At kasalukuyan nagkakainitan pa rin yung mga residente dahil hindi pa rin napagkakasunduan kung anong mangyayari at
Okay.
Yung solusyon na dito sa problema na ito dahil until now,
All right. Having a bit of a challenge with the signal, as you could imagine. 168 vote counting machines found defective. The COMELEC, that was their count at 4 p.m. So you look at it one way, this is 0.15% of the 107,345 VCMs that is being used right now for the 2022 elections. But looking at it another way, as John mentioned, there are supposed to be 1,100 contingency VCMs. A good point being that these are supposed to be strategically located. So the fact that it's only 168 VCMs, John, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, it's a this one. I think it's unmistakable. This is a failure on the part of the COMELEC to follow through on its own contingency planning. So you can understand the anger and frustration of the people who've been there since 6 a.m. or 8 a.m. There was even that spokesperson who said that a technician arrived at 11 a.m. And promised to come back and did not, in fact, come back. I mean, that cannot, gain the COMELEC any additional trust. So it really is very frustrating. And again, even though it's only a fraction of the total, we're actually talking here of thousands of votes, which might spell a difference in close races. Races for councilor, for instance, in Quezon City or in Manila.
Right.
So yes, it's
all the local.
It's terrible.
All the local posts, especially in places. So we don't know exactly where all these 168 VCMs are, but they might be in places where there are hotly contested local elections. But of course, so this has given way to voters, of course, to demand for an extension of voting hours. But and this, of course, this call has taken over social media as well. It trended. But, the COMELEC still isn't budging on extending voting hours due to issues like malfunctioning vote counting machines. It's 7:24 p.m. Polls have closed 24 minutes ago. This isn't the situation though in all places. Ralph mentioned a while ago that, he mentioned earlier when Duterte was reporting that it's calm in Davao City. The problems that these other precincts are experiencing, it's not the case in Davao City, no. But interestingly, we saw, of course, that even presidential candidates and vice presidential candidates themselves witnessed these problems on the ground because in the case of Vice President Leni Robredo, she was at the polling precinct at 10 a.m., got to vote at around 11:40, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Senator Kiko Pangilinan, who's running for Vice President with VP Robredo, also had to wait hours before he was able to cast his vote. Maybe we could read some of the reports from the field. So there was in Pasig where we are, the largest precinct here, where there are 44,000 people who were expected to cast their vote. Again, a lot of people still waiting there, but voters still staying in line to cast their ballots. And just on that point, Attorney Emil Marañon, an election lawyer, did mention a while ago that at the end of the day, you need to cast your vote. So don't lose sight of that fact. And hopefully, people heard that and followed the advice. So again, it's 7:26 p.m. At this point, we'll take a 10-minute break. This is #WeDecide. Atin ang Pilipinas. And please stay tuned.